949872. Got it.
Okay, now we should be live.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today is July 2nd. Welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. Before we start, I'd like Dr. Gandhi to do a roll call.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, Mr. Solari,
At your service.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Minkus,
Here.
Mr. Leyva,
Here.
Mr. Blair,
Here.
Ms. Romsley,
Here.
Mr. Tong,
Here.
Ms. Lochnacar, we're working with still, Ms. Snare.
Here.
Okay. Before we start, I do see a few people other than board members not muted at this point. Okay, just update from yesterday. Conflicts of interest they're noted on and on record for yesterday. Are there any additional conflicts of interest for anyone in the group? And I'll go by name and you can say yes there are, or no they're not. Ms. Snare?
None.
Mr. Tong?
None.
Mr. Solari?
None, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Dang?
No, sir.
Ms. Walmsley?
Only what's already been submitted.
Thank you. Mr. Blair?
None.
Mr. Minkus?
None.
Ms. Lochnacar? She might be still working. Okay. Having said that, we will proceed to tab 27, cases recommended for approval of state's motion. This is the time for the board to consider consent agenda item 27A through 27AF. April Mayela Valla Santana, Jesus Espinoza Vasquez, Angelica Ray Bean, Brianna Michaela Begay, Bonita Anguiano, Ivan Vega, Andrea Renee Kelly, Denise Ann Dortry, Tanner Forrest Dickerson, Christy Lynn Yeomans, Vincent Mondry, Kyle Armin Mazarian, Rachel M. McLean, Quinteros Moore, Veronica Angela Hinojos, Deja White, Gerald Bernard Ogden, Judith Hortensia Vargas Ramos, Elisa Marie Kinney, Jessica Nicole Trosvania, Gerald Michael Walsh, Kamalni Sedona Salazar, Victoria Renee Gonzalez, Arcangela Savlish, Alyssa Lauren Moss, Bo Francis Deshini, John Hamlin, Kelly Bryce, Christina Marie Clemens, Yara Zenith Vega, Marianne Burgess, and Paul Moore. Does any respondent, attorney, or board member want to pull any case from the consent agenda for further consideration?
Mr. President, this is Jean Galvin. I would ask that case number 27P be pulled. It appears that Ms. White appeared at the board meeting today and indicated to Dr. Gandhi that she would like to enter into a consent agreement. So I would like to pull that for the next meeting to give us an opportunity to enter into settlement negotiations with her. With respect to 27S, Alyssa Marie Kinney did sign a consent agreement for the voluntary surrender of her license that was submitted to the board. I don't think it made your packet. This is literally the 11th hour negotiation on that. So I would ask that you either accept her consent agreement for voluntary surrender, or if you want to view it, we can put it on next month's agenda. 27V, we are also negotiating with Ms. Salazar. I sent her a consent agreement for the $250 civil penalty. She does not want to surrender her license. She didn't get it yesterday. I resent it this morning. So again, either we can table this for next month, or you could accept the consent agreement upon receipt by the board office. And then 27W, Victoria Renee Gonzalez. According to Dr. Gandhi, she also appeared this morning, and she is asking for an opportunity to settle this matter through a consent agreement. So we ask that you would table that until next meeting to give us an opportunity to finalize those settlement negotiations.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept those. Board members, any other cases you'd like to be pulled? Board staff, any comment before we move on? Okay, will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Dean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Thank you. Are there any other parties present for these matters? I'll pause for a moment and I'll have Rob give me the thumbs up if he's not notified.
To notify the board, you can go down to the participants, click on a participant link, and at that area, you can raise your hand to acknowledge that you want to be unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Brian Soto, and I did not hear my client's name called. Her name is Denise Ballesteros.
That's the next section, section 28. We're not there yet.
I apologize.
Okay, noting no other parties present, the state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearings in each of these matters.
Leva, excuse me, I see someone, the title is Miranda's iPhone. She's trying to get someone's attention.
Thank you, Gene. I don't see that on my view, so thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, Ms. Miranda, you're able to speak now. You're unmuted.
Sorry, I didn't hear my name.
And what is your name?
Miranda Dodson.
I don't show your name on this list, on the 27.
I'm not sure what it is, but he's supposed.
I mean, I was just saying, I don't think you're in section 27.
I don't know what section 27 means.
Sorry, I'm not specifically talking to you. I'm letting the other board members know.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what that means.
I think we could proceed,
Miranda,
and I will work with Miranda and figure out what
30F
section she's in.
30F.
Thank you. So Miranda, you're not quite yet.
What do you mean not quite yet? What does that mean?
Your item is not ready to be heard yet.
Oh, am I supposed to be in at a different time?
Yeah, just hang on the line.
Just hang on. Yep.
Well, Miranda, we'll go ahead and mute you, and then we'll cut you. Okay. All
okay.
Right.
Heard.
Okay. The state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearings in each of these matters. In the motion, if the motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth in the complaints and its findings of fact and the alleged violations of law as its conclusions of law. Is there a motion regarding the state's motion to deem?
Mr. President, this is Seth. Can I just get clarification? Are we addressing all the cases except for the ones that were pulled, 27P, 27S, 27V, and 27W?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
If I,
G also pulled? 27G?
Said 27P.
G is in goat.
No, it's 27P, 27S as in Sam, 27V, and 27W.
I thought I heard an Andrea Kelly, which is 27G.
No.
Mr. President, on the cases that we are going forward on, in each of these matters, the board had opened up complaints. There was investigations. It was presented to the board. For whatever reason, there was no response, no communication, or at some point that kind of fell off. So the board had voted all of these matters to hearing. In each case, the parties were sent notice of hearing for today. Those notices notified them that they had an obligation to respond to the allegations within 30 days, and they failed to do so. Based upon that and based upon the board statutes, the state is asking the board to vacate the hearing, deem the allegations admitted, and impose the discipline that is set forth in each individual motion to deem, which I believe each one is a consistent recommendation for revocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Board members, any discussion?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
And I move that the board grant the state's motion to deem and vacate the hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is it roll call, Cam, or?
It is. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
and Ms. Lochnikar, still absent.
Mr. President, may I have a motion with respect to 27P and 27W, tabling those matters till next month?
Actually, before we do that, Gene, their motion was just to grant the motions to deem and vacate the hearings. They have not taken action on the appropriate discipline yet.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed. Board
Mr.
member
President,
discussion. Yes.
Michael Blair, I move to adopt the state's recommended discipline as set forth in its motions to deem and vacate the scheduled hearings.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call.
Point of clarification, don't we also need to adopt the findings of fact in each of the cases?
Mr. President, members of the board, this is Mark Harris. I think in adopting the state's motion to vacate and motion to deem that the board has done so. But
okay, just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. I have a motion, a second, and a roll call.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
and Ms. Lochnikar, still absent.
Okay, thank you. This concludes these proceedings. The board's decision will be reduced to written orders, which will be sent to each of the respondents. Thank you.
Mr. Leba, with respect to 27P and 27W, the state would request a motion to table those to allow the attorneys and the board staff to enter into settlement negotiations to be presented to you at your next meeting.
So moved. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
That doesn't require roll
Okay.
call.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
With
Okay.
respect to matter 27S involving Alyssa Marie Kenny, she has signed a consent agreement for voluntary surrender. These were last minute negotiations. It did make it to your packet, but I would request a motion to accept that consent agreement for voluntary surrender.
So moved. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Roll call.
Aye.
I'm sorry, we're going to do a roll call, team. My apologies.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
and Ms. Lochner still absent.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to 27V involving Kamalani Sedona Salazar, again, this is a last minute contact she made with me. She would like to enter into a consent agreement, pay $250 and vacate the hearing. I sent her the consent agreement yesterday. She notified me late last night that she did not receive it. I sent it to her again this morning. So you could do one of two things, either approve the consent agreement for the $250 civil penalty upon receipt by the board staff, or table it until next month. The facts of this case are set forth in the motion to deem it was the failure to report her criminal history.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agreement for $250 upon receiving it.
Second. Second that.
I have a second by Mr. Solari. Roll call.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
and Ms. Lochner still absent.
Thank you.
That's all we have for this section.
Okay, I'd like to give just a little bit of time to transition to 28 for the state to prepare, unless they tell me they're ready to go, but they may need to get their items together and organized. So if
I
you do
believe
need
we're ready
that,
to go.
are you? Okay. Tab agenda 28. Hearings. This is the date, the top, yes.
Actually, all of these matters, they were set for hearing today. They all have signed consent agreements in the packet for the board to consider. I know at least one of the parties, Mr. Soto, is here on behalf of agenda item 28I, Denise Ballesteros. I don't know if he would like to address the board. Maybe he can be unmuted to indicate whether or not he wants to. And then it's possible, unless somebody else is present for these items, potentially the board could take these as a consent item, unless there's any objections or questions, in which case possibly pull them to handle separately. But depending upon how the board wants to go, I can give you more background once you kind of identify how you want to proceed with these.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. It'd be my recommendation to the board members that we accept them as a consent. I do want to hear what Mr. Soto has to say before we do that. Board members, are you okay with that? Any discussion or opposing view?
Do we need a motion?
Sounds good.
Okay. I don't think we need a motion. Mr. Soto, good morning. Will you state your name for the record, please?
Morning, Mr. President. My name is Brian Soto, and I represent Denise Ballesteros.
Okay. And are you wanting to watch proceedings today for your client, or are you wanting to come forward and give us more information on the case?
I don't have much more information other than just a few brief statements before you make your decision.
Okay.
Would you like?
Mr. Harris, when with your advice, I will come back to him to make the statements on the timing when you would like me to do that.
Well, and Mr. President, members of the board, what you may want to do, if there's no other appearances or objections, just entertain a motion adopting the consent agreements for items 28A through H, and then we can take 28I separately.
I think that's good advice. Board members?
So moved.
Have a second.
But if I may just
yes.
Well, just to make clear for the record, on each of these, the matters were set for hearing for today. Before you, you have consent agreements, either for a voluntary surrender or a $250 $250 civil penalty for either failure to respond to a subpoena. So if the board will accept those, the state would ask that the board approve the consent agreements in the packet for 28A through H and vacate the hearings.
Okay, thank you.
That's my
Lori,
motion.
Lori, that is Lori's motion. Do I have a second?
Second,
Okay.
second, sir.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second by Mr. Solari.
Okay. Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
and Ms. Lochner are still absent.
Before proceeding to 28I, does the state have any other comments or Mr. Harris, any guidance?
Mr. President, members of the board, I do not. We can hear from Ms. Ballesteros' counsel, and if you have any questions, you're more than you can also respond to any comments as well.
Thank you. Having said that, if we could unmute Mr. Soto, and I will allow Mr. Soto to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. Good morning. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to be present and be heard on behalf of my client today. I'll keep my statements brief. We ask the board to accept the consent agreement before you today. Ms. Ballesteros is deeply remorseful of her actions and omissions to act, which have led to her case coming before the board today. Ms. Ballesteros is a 32-year-old female. Her pharmacy tech license is something she treasures and has worked so very hard to ascertain. Ms. Ballesteros' livelihood depends upon her license, and she is realizing now how difficult her life would be without it. This incident has cost Ms. Ballesteros a great deal, both economically and emotionally. Ms. Ballesteros spent 3 nights in jail as a result of the underlying criminal charges. Charges we are currently defending and hope to have dismissed. Ms. Ballesteros lost her job, and it has taken an economical toll on her. She could ill afford to pay anything greater than what is offered in the consent agreement. For the aforementioned reasons, we ask the board to accept the consent agreement as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Soto. Would the state like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. Before you is a consent for a $250 civil penalty. It's consistent with what this board has done in the past, and the state would ask that the board accept that consent agreement to resolve the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we ask why she hadn't responded to the board, and there's multiple times we've tried to reach out?
We need to unmute Mr. Soto.
Yes, my client did not give me a great answer to that question. However, I have dealt with my client in completely 100% in Spanish. So she is predominantly a Spanish speaker. As mentioned, she was in jail for 3 days, and not trying to excuse her actions here, but she was under a lot of stress, and I don't think she quite understood what she was supposed to do until this. She was lucky that she had a second opportunity to respond. And at that time, she was able to afford to hire counsel, and I think she did the right thing at that second opportunity, unfortunately.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions? Question for the state on my part. Can you please state what the order is in this case? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
What the order is,
What the
250.
request is. Mhm.
The request is to accept the signed consent agreement for the $250 civil penalty for failing to report within 10 days and failing to respond to the subpoena.
Okay, nothing on the table with revocation or anything like that for failure to respond.
It was set for hearing. In lieu of the hearing, we're presenting the consent agreement consistent with what the board has done in other matters.
Board members, I would think that is extremely fair for the amount of time that has been focused on this case and our standard of practice in the past. If you don't have any other questions, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we accept the state's suggestion to accept the consent agreement and vacate the hearing.
Second.
Can we
Second
add
motion.
to that if not signed?
It's already signed.
Oh, it's already signed. Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and I have a second. Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Lochnikar is still absent.
Okay, can we unmute Mr. Soto one more time, please?
Mr. Gandhi, you didn't call my name.
I'm sorry, Ms. Snare.
Aye.
I apologize.
Mr. Soto, thank you for your time today.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Okay, moving on, I would seek guidance from Dr. Dodge, Dr. Gandhi on what you would like to do next. We can go to 29, or I can come back if you need more time.
At 29A, I think he is on. So could we go to that one?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mark.
I think we would need Rob to unmute Mr. Valencia.
I don't see him in my view. If somebody would just let me know when that's done.
He is unmuted, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Okay.
Hi, hello, hi. Gabriel Valencia. Hi, hi, Mr.
Good morning, Mr. Valencia.
Hi, I requested.
Hang on one second, Mr. Valencia, and I'm going to get you your fair share to speak. I'm going to go ahead and do an opening, and then we'll hear you today, okay?
Alrighty.
Okay. Tab 29, this is the date, the time, the place where Gabriel Francisco Valencia Sevilla's motion for rehearing is scheduled to be heard by Arizona State Board of Pharmacy, case number 18-0461. Will the parties please identify themselves for the record, starting with counsel of the state?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Mr. Valencia?
Hi, hello. Hi, I've requested.
Just state your name for the record, please.
Oh, Gabriel Valencia. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. No, you're doing just fine. I'm going to help guide you on this. I know it's not a common day thing, so you're doing just fine, but I'm going to help guide you, okay?
Alrighty.
Okay. Pursuant to AAC R423-128D, the board may grant a rehearing of the case for Mr. Sevilla's establishes that one or more of the 8 grounds listed in the rule materially affected his rights during the administrative proceeding. The board has reviewed Mr. Sevilla's motion for hearing and the response to the motion filed by the state. Each party, and I've allowed 5 minutes today to speak, will be able to address the board on this matter. This is the time for a legal argument related to the grounds for rehearing, and the parties should not use this time to present new evidence or testimony to the board regarding the merits of the case. Mr. Sevilla, in your arguments to the board, please clearly identify and explain the grounds that support your motion for rehearing. Mr. Hargraves, in your arguments to the board, please clearly identify and explain why the state does not believe that Mr. Sevilla is entitled to a rehearing.
Sorry.
Would like to start with the state, please.
If, Mr. President, if possible, could we have Mr. Sevilla go first? This is his motion, so he would have the burden to establish the grounds. So it asks that he present his and then allow myself an opportunity to respond.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Valencia, now you can go ahead and make a statement within 5 minutes.
I've called pharmacy board. I wasn't aware of emailing and stuff. I've had a job since my court and stuff. I've gotten all my documents. I've received them. I went to downtown I went for all my dismissal documents for my case, and also received and emailed a new fingerprint card. Also, I have all that. It's coming in, and I requested a rehearing because I failed to your sub-plasma, you guys' sub-plasma, and I got the email. I was like, okay, I'll email them back because I don't want to lose this. I bought a new house, and a pharmacy tech is the only way I'm gonna go ahead and proceed in life, because I'm a solar installer at the moment, but I know I'm not. I'd rather work in a pharmacy tech and then move on from there, work in Walgreens or CVS's, and that's why I'm really proceeding and really need my pharmacy tech license.
Thank you. Mr. Hargraves?
Yes, thank you. It's the state's position that Mr. Sevilla has failed to establish any of the grounds set forth in the board's regulations to support a rehearing. Essentially, his reasons for rehearing is that he should have followed up before, but he couldn't because of work, and he wants to set things right with the board. If you look at the history of this all started in November of 2018. The board was notified of the fact that Mr. Sevilla was charged with felony narcotic drug possession, felony marijuana produce, felony marijuana transport and or sell, and felony drug paraphernalia possession or use. He was sent notification by the board in November of 2018 informing him that the board had opened a complaint and asking for a response. He didn't respond. At the end of December of 2018, staff followed up with an email. Again, he did not respond. In August of 2019, he was sent a subpoena to provide records and a response. He did not respond. On March 6, 2020, he was sent complaint notice of hearing notifying him of a hearing on May 7th. He did not respond to the complaint notice of hearing, nor did he show up at the May 7th hearing, at which time, prior to that, the state filed a motion to deem. He did not respond to that motion either. So at the May 7th meeting, the board deemed the allegations admitted, vacated the hearing, and revoked his license. It has been approximately a year and a half of the board trying to get in contact with Mr. Sevilla, get some kind of interaction. He had many opportunities to do so. He had an opportunity for a hearing, and he only responded after the board took action and revoked his certification. In his response, and as stating here today, he has failed to establish any of the grounds set forth in rule that would justify a rehearing in this matter. The state would ask that the board deny his motion for rehearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Mr. Harris, with your recommendation, we'll now proceed to oral arguments for both parties.
Mr. President, members of the board, I think at this point, what we can do, since we heard from both parties, is ask the board members if they have any questions for either Mr. Valencia or the state. And once that's concluded, then I think the board can go into deliberations on whether or not to grant or deny the request for rehearing.
Okay, thank you for that. Board members?
Mr. President, I have a questions for Mr. Hargraves. So the actual status of Mr. Sevilla's permit right now is that it has been revoked, correct?
Yes, the board revoked the license at the May hearing, at the May meeting.
Okay. Is there anything that would prohibit Mr. Sevilla from reapplying for a permit, a brand new permit? Of course, fully disclosing everything that has transpired up to this point?
I don't believe there was anything that would prevent that. You may want to check with staff. I don't believe there is.
Okay.
If I may add, Mr. Blair, if I may add, a revocation by definition is for 2 years unless it's defined by the board to be less or more.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
May I ask Mr. Sevilla the obvious question?
Yes.
Mr. Sevilla, why didn't you? You've had 18 months to reply, give some kind of a answer to the board. Why haven't we heard from you?
Okay. Yeah, I've called, and I didn't know that I have to email back. I wasn't aware of that. I've actually called before. I remember talking to Elizabeth Dodge or transferring me to her to, I think she's a supervisor or something. But I've called many times. The only thing is I haven't emailed, and I was actually going to travel to Phoenix and go to the pharmacy board, but I didn't. Sorry about that.
So just to confirm, you did get the subpoena and all of that information, you just didn't.
Right. Yeah. As soon as I got subpoena, I started reading emails and stuff. So.
And you were a trainee, is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Trainee.
So you wouldn't be able to reapply, you would have to apply as a technician.
Right.
Board members, any other
Mr.
questions,
President, I have
discussion?
another question. So you mentioned that you are working right now. Where are you currently employed at?
I am a solar installer still, up to this day.
Mr. President, if I may, I'd just like to make a clarification. The board voted to revoke at the May meeting. However, because Mr. Sevilla timely filed a motion for rehearing, technically that revocation would not be final until the board acts on his request.
Can we make a motion? I don't know if I'm going to word it correctly, but.
I'd like to make a statement right before that. It is my opinion that there was ample time given to Mr. Valencia to respond. He stated that he didn't know he could email. He didn't know the method of how he could respond. I'm not really buying that. I think that when you receive a subpoena that you know you need to respond. It states what is needed from the type of information and the response. So this is a complete example of a waste of time and a waste of resources. And for actions, there are consequences. And I am not in favor of granting a rehearing to the revocation. That's my statement.
I agree. I was just going to say also the fact that it was a drug offense and the severity of it. My motion is to not rehear the case. I don't know if I'm stating that correctly, but.
Mr. President, members of the board, perhaps we can just phrase it in the affirmative, which would be, as I understand it, a motion to deny Mr. Valencia's request for a rehearing.
My motion is to deny Mr. Valencia's request for a rehearing.
Thank you for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Dr. Dang. Do a roll call or?
Yes. Mr. Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Minkus? Aye. Mr. Leba?
Aye.
Mr. Blair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
And Ms. Lochnikar? Still absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Valencia, for your time today.
Thank you.
Hey, on the agenda next, Dr. Dodge, where would you direct me? And then what I want to do is I want to do a 5-minute timed break for transition, and then we'll come back and pick up.
Yes, I think it looks like there's a couple people here online from possibly Thomas Labs, so we could start up with that.
Okay, so
that one I think is going to take a lot of time, Mr. President. Should we take some of the other people that are present that might be quicker?
Dr. Dodge, what's your opinion?
We did notify everybody the same, so I guess it would be entirely up to you.
Okay, so let's allow some transition time from the consents and the hearings. And Lynn, if you would please put up a 5-minute ticker, we will take a short recess and reconvene after that. Mr. Harris, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board.
Yeah, they responded to Jennifer saying they misunderstood or they got their signals crossed. Gotcha.
Oh, I feel better. I got some food.
So do we know what happened to Kyra?
She said internet issues, I thought.
Mine crashed in the middle of that last case and rebooted me.
I did send you that revision from ACSRX. They sent it to me.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'll have Dr. Gandhi do a roll call for the record.
Mr. Solari,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
I'm here.
Mr. Minkus,
Here.
Mr. Leyba,
Here.
Mr. Blair,
Here.
Ms. Walmsley,
Here.
Mr. Tong,
Here.
Ms. Lochnikar, still absent, Ms. Nair.
Here.
Okay, thank you. So knowing the Dr. Dang has a 10 o'clock appointment that he has to break away for about 30 minutes. What I would like to do is go, before we lose him and we're down Kyra, go to Thomas Labs and hear Thomas Labs, and it should be enough time, but I know it's going to be a lengthy discussion, so we'll go ahead and start with Thomas Labs.
What agenda item, Mr. President?
Looks like
There's a
Thomas
number
Labs,
that's
it's going to be
associated.
20, it's going to be quite a few in the mix of it. 23A, 24B, 24C, and complaint 20-0246. So board staff, starting with the complaint probably makes most sense to me, and then going from there, which would be 20-0246.
And that's under what tab, Mr. President?
It's for agenda item 4.
Nope, I think we're going to start with 23A, if that's okay, and the complaint is in there.
Okay,
We'll start with first with Thomas Lab.
Okay,
and Carol will give a brief synopsis.
Okay, so do we have a representative from Thomas Labs identified? Okay, individual named Bob put his hand up. If we can unmute Bob.
There was 3 people, Mr. President.
Cassie Edgar.
Carol Edgar and Karen something.
This is Breton Barber speaking.
Okay.
I was just thinking, since you mentioned you're on the time crunch, I represent Salzbach Enterprises in agenda item 20A, which I think might go much faster.
Thank you for your opinion. We will continue with Thomas Labs 23A. And we have representatives. If you would please wave your hand so Rob can unmute you. Okay. Dr. Hess, can you please put yourself off mute and prepare to do a synopsis of the case before us?
Certainly. Okay. On March 10th, myself and Inspector Melanie Thayer went to Thomas Labs to perform an opening inspection on 2 permit numbers. That was wholesaler permit number 3372 and manufacturer permit 1451. Both of those permits were approved pending inspection by the board at the January 29th and 30th of 2020 board meeting. Mr. Brady was present at that meeting, and that was due to an open complaint regarding a failure to renew the manufacturing permit. The new permits were for change of ownership. During the inspection, we went into the warehouse area and noticed that there were several containers of human grade prescription only antibiotics and antifungals. Mr. Brady explained that the facility repackages these products and then labels them not for human use. They are then sold either directly to consumers via their website or to other wholesalers and or retailers. These products are marketed for the treatment of ornamental, which means non-food producing fish and birds. Mr. Brady stated that he had recently been inspected by the FDA, and although he had been issued a 483, he stated to us that the inspector who performed that inspection did not mention to him that the repackaging of these human grade prescription only antibiotics being sold as over the counter was a problem. Many of these drugs are labeled with an NDC number that when we checked did not appear to be registered with the FDA. If we do a check for them, they just kind of appear to be a randomly chosen number by Thomas Labs. They don't bring up these drugs. The following day on March 11th, we returned to the facility to gather some additional information. We were able to obtain many invoices from wholesalers who had been shipping these prescription drugs to Thomas Labs, who at that time possessed only a non-prescription wholesaler permit. The list of the wholesalers who had been shipping to them is in the complaint, and we will hear from them, I think, a little later on today. We did obtain a copy of the FDA 483 that was dated July 15th of 2019. This 483 had a total of 8 observations made by the compliance officer from the FDA Office of Pharmaceutical Quality Operations. The compliance officer did express concerns regarding the cleaning. Specifically, there was beta-lactam residue found. There was a lack of CGMP training, insufficient policies and procedures for production, recalls, and general surrounding the quality control. We also obtained a copy of his summary, which was also dated July 15th of 2019. This compliance officer had written a 19-page summary which addressed a multitude of his concerns that he observed during his inspection. Of note of his observations, a specific observation he made was the human-grade antibiotics that were being repackaged and sold as over-the-counter for fish and birds. He stated that during his discussion with Mr. Brady, he brought up the MUMS Act, which stands for the Minor Use and Minor Species Animal Health Act of 2004, which is something that I knew nothing of at that time. If anyone has questions regarding that, I'd be happy to answer that. It's a law that's intended to make medication more available for animal and veterinarian owners for the treatment of minor species, some very specific guidelines in getting drugs on the market without the normal route of approval. He stated that after confirming that the facility probably did not have, and that's in quotations, a conditional approval from the agency. He explained to Mr. Brady that per information on the FDA MUMS website, by having conditional approval, the sponsor would be allowed to make the drugs available before collecting all the necessary effectiveness data, but after providing the drug is safe in accordance with the full FDA approval standard and showing that there is a reasonable expectation of effectiveness. With conditional approval, the drug sponsor can keep the product on the market for up to 5 years. Upon reading this paragraph, I asked Mr. Brady if he had applied for this conditional approval with the FDA's Center for Veterinary Medicine, and he responded to me that the facility attorney was looking into it. At this point, Ms. Thayer asked Mr. Brady where they received the directions that are printed on these bottles. Mr. Brady responded that in the 1980s, the facility employed a pharmacist who came up with the directions, and they have used those ever since. Also within his summary, this compliance officer references antibiotic items that he observed that had been returned to the facility and later redistributed into the community. On June 4th, after quite a bit of research into the MUMS Act, I was able to determine that none of these drugs had obtained any new animal drug status, were on the conditional approval, or appeared to be on the index for either prescription or over-the-counter use for animal use or for ornamental fish or birds. It's at this point that we opened this complaint and requested a response from the respondent. Within their written response through their legal counsel, they assert that prior to March 10th, they had not been alerted to any concerns by board staff of the repackaging of these prescription antibiotics. That would be because we were not aware of it. The only thing that we were aware that they were doing was the manufacturing of supplements for animals and repackaging of such. This was the first that we were aware of it. They have also initiated an application for full service wholesaler permit in an effort to become compliant. And they have indicated to both Dr. Gandhi and Dr. Dodge that they have suspended their activities of the repackaging of these antibiotics until the outcome of this complaint and your decision as a board.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hess.
Thank you.
Bob, you don't have a last name listed, so I'll ask you to state your name for the record, and then I'd like to hear a statement from you as well.
Sure. Good morning. First off, I'd like to thank the board for meeting with us today, and I hope everyone's doing well. My name is Bob Brady. I'm the Director of Operations at Thomas Labs. We do animal supplements. We are here today to try and rectify the licensing issue and seek the board's guidance going forward. I've been with the company for 23 years, originally hired as a production manager back in '97, worked under Steve Thomas. The antibiotics were being repackaged at that time. We have been inspected several times by the FDA, Board of Pharmacy, and this is the first we were asked to cease and desist. The MUMS Act was brought up in the last FDA inspection, and once it was brought up, it was presented to corporate to investigate, and that's where we stand today. Now I'd like to point out one more thing. The NDC numbers that we have, we actually do fill out the form. It used to be a long form that we'd fill out and send in to the FDA. Now it's electronic registration, and we use a company called Roaster Corp. I do have copies of registrations from 14 to 17 presently here. The other ones, they stopped issuing certificates, but if you go to dailymeds.com, you can see that it is
You're under
the government website.
Just to clarify that point, if you look them up under the human FDA website.
Hang on one second, please. Would you please state your name in relation to the case for the record?
Sure, Mr. President. My name is Cassie Edgar, and I'm regulatory counsel for Thomas Labs.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So the NDCs are registered, but you won't find them if you go to the FDA website and look under human pharmaceuticals. There's a separate NDC listing for animal pharmaceuticals, and they are found there. They're not just random numbers. And I want to thank you and the board for your time this morning and for that information from Carol. That was the most detailed that we've heard. The complaint that we received was only 4 sentences long, and it didn't include all of that detail. And I don't know if the board has seen our response that we sent in on June 19th. We weren't aware that the complaint was a subject of today's agenda since we were listed under the permits. We will, of course, happy to have whatever conversation you'd like to today. but just for awareness, we did send in the response to our complaint, and we were not aware that we were having a discussion specifically about the complaint today, but we are happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. Board staff, can you confirm that the permit holders did receive the information that is listed in the board packet concerning the complaint and the open complaint and the permit as well?
So it's my understanding that I thought all of would be addressed today. So I apologize, Cassie, if you thought something different. As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Having said that, would you like to proceed, Cassie, or do you need more time with your client to discuss?
Well, if there were other materials that were presented to the board other than, because literally the complaint that we received was 4 sentences. And when I hear Carol's opening, I don't know if the board received other information that we haven't received, but the complaint.
I think you can, everything that was sent to you is in the packet, including the complaint that I sent to you all. What I sent to Cassie was exactly what is in the beginning of the summary, is that myself and Ms. Thayer went to do the opening inspection. We discovered the human grade antibiotics that we were told were being repackaged. And we asked for an explanation regarding that. And we received their response, and I wrote my report regarding that, which this is very normal, how we always do this.
Okay, it sounded like
it is routine.
Very routine. Just the 4 sentences was all that was to the complaint. I just want to be sure that there weren't, because you commented on the 483, et cetera, but that wasn't in the complaint. So our response didn't address those specific issues. And I just want to be sure we're responsive.
I received that 483 directly from Mr. Brady. I apologize if he did not let you know that he provided that to us, but we received that directly from him.
Oh, I'm absolutely aware you received it. I just didn't see it in the complaint. So we didn't formally respond to some of the points that you're made orally. We didn't formally respond to in writing because it wasn't part of the complaint. If you'd like us to do that, we're happy to do it, or we can have the conversation today. I just want to be sure we're responsive to everything that was brought.
In Ms. Edgar, in the responses that were submitted, there is the corrective action that took place.
Yes.
Okay, board members, thank you for the summary. Thank you for the opening statement. Mr. Brady, is there anything else that you would like to add before I open it up to board discussion?
No, I think that'll conclude it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members.
So I have a couple of questions, Mr. Brady or Ms. Edgar. Thomas Labs is registered with the Food and Drug Administration, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is your registration title? Are you registered as a manufacturer, a repackager, wholesale? Go ahead.
So the repackager.
Repackager. Okay. Yet in Arizona, was Thomas Labs ever registered as a repackager with the Arizona Board of Pharmacy?
I'll open that up to Karen, who is also on the line with us, because we were under the permit section of the agenda and thought this was going to be focused on the permits. And she's the one who's been handling the permits for Thomas Labs.
Yes, I'm Karen Vandenbrink. I deal with the accounting and the permits for Thomas Labs. When we acquired Thomas Labs in May of 2014, we wanted to make sure we had the right permits and licensing, so we contacted the board. I think at that time I talked to a Hal Wan, and he kind of guided us on what permits we should get. We got the manufacturing permit, a non-prescription retailer permit, and a wholesale non-prescription based on guidance we were given. And those have been the permits we have been renewing.
And was Mr. Wan aware, do you believe at the time, that you were repackaging the antibiotics for ornamental
We
issues?
did explain to him what our operations were at that time, yes.
And he did not feel you needed a repackager license?
Based on his guidance, those were the licenses he told us to get.
Okay.
Excuse me, and I'm just going to clarify. I think you did have a repackager permit.
Yes, they did.
Is that correct, Carol?
Yes, they did. They have had a manufacturer's repackager permit that expired at the end of October. And when they realized that they were out of compliance, they were very willing to renew that and pay their back fines. But we realized that they had had a change of ownership, that we were not notified. And there was another complaint opened at that point, which was why they came before you all in January. And you granted them a new permit, which is the reason that Ms. Thayer and I were there in the first place. They had to apply for new permits for the change of ownership.
Right, but that new permit was for a non-prescription wholesale permit, correct?
Correct.
And not for the manufacturer repackager.
It was for both.
For both.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if they had a manufacturer repackager permit, why would they need a wholesale permit at all? Can't they do the same wholesale operations under a manufacturer repackager?
So to answer your question, Mr. Blair, is if you have a manufacturer's permit, you can distribute product that you repackage and manufacture. If you're bringing in product that belongs to another manufacturer and shipping out the product as it comes in, then you do need a wholesaler permit as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. That makes perfect sense. Okay. Okay. How much into the MUMS Act do we want to get here? Is this a time and place to get into that?
Yeah, and perhaps it would help if I since Carol kind of led off with the statement, I can lead off with some summary points as well that might touch on the FDA.
Okay.
Ms. Edgar, I think that would be good. I also want to point out 3 times you've mentioned that you weren't aware of something in this. If you're not prepared for whatever reason and request to table this, that is something we can do. It does appear to me that you were noticed on all of these though. So I will leave that decision up to you and your opinion.
Yeah, no, we can proceed. We were noticed on June 30th that the board wanted us to be present either yesterday or today.
Okay.
And we were sent.
If you're comfortable, then you can go ahead and proceed with your opening statement.
Sure. Thomas Labs has been in business since 1978 and is a veterinary supply company who provides pet supplements and products for dogs, cats, fish, and birds. The company was purchased by the current owner in May of 2014 and currently employs 20 people. And that change in ownership issue was an inadvertent failure to disclose an investment company, holding company change, and that has been remedied last fall. Thomas prides itself in its reputation as a responsible actor who's always strived to be fully compliant. And the NDC listings that were mentioned, most other animal veterinary companies who provide these types of products don't register them with the FDA and go through that time and expense. And that's just one example of how Thomas has acted in attempting to always be in full compliance with any regulatory requirements. On March 10th, those new communications from the Board of Pharmacy that there was a concern was a great surprise. And as we've indicated before, and as Carol mentioned, the operations were immediately shut down. So that happened on March 10th. And as of March 11th, there was no further receipt of any prescription grade antibiotics and no further repackaging or distribution. And we told the board, we await your direction and we will seek whatever additional permits that may be required, but we will not go forward without an understanding that we are in full regulatory compliance here. The fact that this has escalated into a complaint also came as both a surprise and a disappointment, because we had always had an open conversation and were working and had been continually asking for guidance since March about what to do to remedy the situation.
Mr. President, can I just make a brief statement? Cassie is correct.
Let me see, Ms. Edgar, were you finished? And then Ms. Dodge, I'll come right back to you if she's concluded.
Not quite.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. As Karen mentions, after Thomas Labs changed ownership, they initiated conversations with the board. At that time, it was Hale Wand, and we weren't able to find any email correspondence, but Karen already gave an overview of how we worked with them to obtain the initial permits and then continue to renew. So after the March 11th cease of any further receipt or distribution of antimicrobial products, and knowing that the 483 had been requested by the board and had been provided, I proactively contacted the FDA and had conversations both about the MUMS Act and also with a inspector, Dr. Dion, who's a compliance officer, about Thomas Labs operations. He told me that he was fully aware of both Thomas and other actors in this space, and that he sent me a copy of the FDA's current enforcement policy on drug use and aquaculture. So, that yes, they mentioned the MUMS Act. We looked into it. We agree fully with Carol's observation. It isn't, we could go through that process, but frankly, it would take a couple of years and wouldn't be appropriate for the situation. So that wasn't the right way to go. But if the FDA report never said for Thomas to stop acting and stop repacking or producing those products, if they would have immediately done so. In fact, the FDA asked for expensive air handling and equipment calibration and other infrastructure changes to be made to eliminate the beta-lactam residues and to have a separate room set up. And Bob will have details on that if you wish to delve into that, or we can provide that after the state. So Thomas invested in setting up new air handling and a separate room for beta-lactams per the FDA's direction. And notably, the FDA, while they said, you may want to look into the MUMS Act, did not say stop these activities, stop producing, do not sell this product. And since 2014, these products were sold prior to that date, and since 2014, any FDA or state inspection has never indicated to Thomas that they should do so. If it would have, they would have immediately stopped, like they did on March 11th. Let's see what else here. You may be aware that Thomas donated its existing stock of azithromycin back in April because of the COVID-19 situation and the fact that they had that product as a raw material that they had not repackaged yet. So again, this company has always tried to do the right thing. They've never tried to hide their business practices. This has been in operations for a very long time. And they take this very personally because of their commitment to the community and the reputation that they uphold themselves and to always be fully compliant. Elizabeth had mentioned that perhaps pursuing the full service wholesale permit would allow Thomas to obtain antimicrobials in a packet form and then repackage them, and that the board might be comfortable with that. So what we said is we'll submit the application, and if the board says that that's acceptable, we'll move forward. And if the board says that's not acceptable, we will not pursue that route. So again, we're very thankful to be here because we've been seeking guidance since March, and the company has been at a standstill with those product lines since then. And we're grateful for the opportunity to be before the board today.
Thank you, Ms. Edgar. Ms. Dodge?
Yes, so I just wanted to reiterate what Cassie said, and I just don't want her to think that you guys have information that is different than anything that we've talked to her about before. They have been very helpful. Every time I email them, they respond. When Cam and I contacted them, they did cease operations of the RX-only products. As far as I know, they got rid of the RX-only products from their facility. As Cassie stated, they did donate I think it was thousands of tablets of azithromycin, maybe even 15,000 tablets, which was important during our crisis right now. What I wanted to explain was the reason why a complaint occurred was just because that's our normal process at the board. It's not, some boards treat that differently. So it may be a shock to Cassie, but that would be a normal route for us to take. The board staff doesn't have the option just to ignore it and not present it. So that's the way we have to do it. We wanted to get them on the agenda this time because it had been such a delay. So if she does want to table it, that's always an option, as you said, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have a question for Cassie.
Yes.
So Cassie, is there a reason why the change of ownership was not notified to the board?
No.
Can I answer that, Cassie? That has already been addressed.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, and then if I can just say too, the delay in the opening of the complaint as well, we didn't want to just open it, willy-nilly, so to speak. We wanted to do our homework and our research because myself and Dr. Dodge were quite unfamiliar with the MUMS Act, and we wanted to make sure that they were not compliant before we jumped in and opened that complaint. And after the research, it was quite clear that there was in our minds that the compliance was just not there. And we didn't want to just jump in and open it right away. We wanted to make sure that it was being done and being done properly.
Thank you. Mr. Brady, besides seeking the guidance of the board, what do you want to do going forward? What is your business model going forward?
Well, we'd like to actually proceed with the packets, repackaging packets that we purchased through Salzbach Enterprises, if at all possible. If the board sees fit to grant us that, that's why we're applying again for the wholesale license. I believe Cassie alluded to that. She had a conversation with Ms. Dodge regarding that. That's where we'd like to go. We wouldn't like to end the product lines, but we're at the board's discretion. So.
And can I just add to that I don't recall saying that it would be definitely okay. I said that we would look into it.
That's
and
right.
This would be involving the packet, involved being Salzbach Enterprises, which are on the agenda for later. And how that would be is they do the packets of the doxycycline. I think there's a few other items they might do. And they are the manufacturer, and they would be shipping that doxycycline to Thomas Labs. Is that correct, Bob?
Yeah, they come pre-packaged packets, and we would put them in different counts and underneath their own label.
Okay.
Mr. President, yeah, just on my experience and research with the MUMS Act and with the FDA procedure and so on. The MUMS Act, as Carol said, was passed in 2004 with the intent of making more veterinary drugs available to the market. So basically 16 years that the act has been in effect, there are 13 items that are actually on the index. I mean, 13 MUMS drugs in 16 years.
There's 13 drugs on the, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There's 13 drugs on the index, but I think there are many more drugs that have been conditionally approved, which is something a little bit different than the index itself.
Well, conditional approval is placement on the index, I believe.
I think they're two separate things.
Okay. Be that as it may, it has not resulted in a landslide of product available for veterinary use. The procedure for the MUMS Act would still require almost a new drug application, meaning that a drug that would be applying for conditional approval would have to be a specific dosage form to treat a specific disease or a specific indication. This is very impractical as it applies to something like a fish tank antibiotic, because you don't necessarily know what disease you're treating. And by law, a conditionally approved drug or an index drug cannot be used off label. So even if a product like doxycycline were to be introduced in the MUMS Act to treat fish and tail rot, you could then not use it to treat ick or some other disease of ornamental fish. The FDA, in their PowerPoint presentation, does say that sometimes unapproved animal drugs are the standard of care. They do not intend for standard of care unapproved drugs to suddenly become unavailable. When we look at the summary, the 19-page summary, that Ms. Hess mentioned, that's actually an EIR, which is a closeout report from the FDA inspection, meaning that they have concluded their investigation. Now it does say they could take further action at a later date. It doesn't say, you know, we can't come back in. But again, the report basically addressed issues with CGMP, not with any product safety issues. And at this time, I just I don't think that it is. I don't think if the FDA is willing to exercise enforcement discretion in terms of Thomas's activities in terms of ornamental fish, if the FDA is exercising enforcement discretion, I don't see a reason why the Arizona board should prohibit this activity. I don't see where it benefits the people of the state of Arizona. I doubt that we will see lines of people carrying fish bowls into their veterinarians to get prescriptions for PenBK or erythromycin, where they can right now go into PetSmart or Petco and get a packet of tetracycline or doxycycline to treat their pets. So again, I think at this point in time, I don't think that the public good is served by us requiring Thomas to change a business model that has been working for 40 years, especially if we're not going to require other people in the state to shut down their operations.
Mr. President, if I may add, we've had a discussion with the FDA, the person that inspected Thomas Labs, and under no circumstances did they indicate discretion and enforcement to us. They did say it was not what they like to see, but as we know that the FDA really doesn't have a whole lot of teeth. They can encourage people not to do something, encourage people to do a recall, but they typically can't force people to do a recall unless they go through a court process or get the Board of Pharmacies involved. So we had no indication that there was enforcement discretion by the FDA regarding this matter. And some of the items involved here with Thomas Labs involves something like Zithromax, for instance. As you and I know, Zithromax has a wax coating around the tablet, and you drop it in a bowl of water. We don't even know how long it takes to dissolve that tablet. So there are no studies indicating that some of these products being distributed had dissolution rate studies or anything like that in the water. So and again, there's MUMS Act is there for a reason. We just can't bypass and ignore something that's in law. Again, going back to my initial statement, we had no idea about FDA having discretionary authority regarding this matter because it was not indicated to us.
May I ask, Mr. Gandhi, did you mention the word recall, but that's not a word that
No, this doesn't apply to you. That statement did not apply to you. I apologize, Cassie.
And may I just reiterate too that this is, although they do distribute counter packets that they contract with another manufacturer to produce for them, most of what they're distributing are human grade tablets and capsules that have not been manipulated in any way other than being placed in a separate package and a new label and said not for human use, that could potentially be purchased without a prescription by the public without a prescription. And if you do a Google search, you'll see that that is often the case. This happens.
Ms. Edgar, are you aware of that? That is an interesting point. Much of the public comment on that is saying, my fish was coughing, my fish had a sinus infection. I started my fish on the antibiotic and they're doing so much better.
Right. So the labels, say on them not for human use, and the company has monitored in the past Amazon and eBay and tried to take those reviews and take those product listings that aren't consistent with the label off. It's never been the intention of Thomas to have those products be diverted for inappropriate human use.
Is there a monitoring of the number of units that go out per a customer?
I'm not aware. I haven't asked that question. I'm not sure if there's a monitoring of the level of sales and marketing there.
Okay.
The company did, stop those activities as of March 11th, and while my conversation with the FDA, with Dr. Dion, he mentioned that in coming years, as the FDA moves into looking at antibiotic resistance and moving into companion animals, that this is likely a long-term business at risk, and that was indicated in our complaint response. But there was never any indication to them that they wished us to stop, and I mean that's why I proactively reached out, just to be sure. Hey, we've never been told that this is a problem. I just want to be clear, if the business would decide to continue to do this, do you see this as a problem? There hasn't been, we did talk about ways to try to mitigate that risk, and by having sales to certain distributors and making sure that the label and the invoices and the website all say not.
Oh, what happened?
Edgar.
What happened?
Okay, I think we're back. Ms. Edgar, you cut off in the end. I don't know if everybody else heard you, but I didn't hear your just a few sentences into the end.
I apologize. I've been up and down. I might be a dial-in numbers. Let's see. So you heard about my conversation with Dr. Dion.
I think that's where I got cut off.
Okay. Actively reached out to Dion at the FDA just to double check, because the FDA never told us, they never stopped. They never said we have the enforcement ability to force you to stop what we want you to stop. In fact, the contrary, they were investment into air handling and equipment and all these things. And I just wanted to be sure. So I did proactively reach out to him to verify that, with the label that says not for human use, with the website statements, with everything on our invoice, that things were okay. And he indicated that yes, that was acceptable under current guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Board members, I would like to make a motion to move into executive session to get legal advice.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are going to move into a private room and then we will come back after our legal advice.
next
So, Mr. President, before we go back on, just for the record and our minute taker, Kevin Dang left the meeting at 9:58, and we recessed or left the executive session at 10:15 and then took a quick bio break. And now we're back in regular session.
Okay, thank you for your patience, allowing us to seek the legal advice. Ms. Edgar or Mr. Brady, I would like to ask you a question on the donation that you had. And if you don't want to answer it, that's totally fine as well. I'm just curious, what was the value of the azithromycin that you donated?
I don't think I have the value on me. I know I have.
Do you know what quantity it was? Was it 100 tabs? Was it 5,000? What are we talking?
I believe it was 15,000, I believe.
Mr. Brady, can you expand on where that was donated if you're comfortable? Not required, but if you're comfortable.
Yes, I can. If you give me a second, I can pull it up in an email just briefly.
I have it here.
Oh, okay. Great.
2,099 30-count bottles of azithromycin, 250 milligrams on April 10th, and it went to Circle the City, an organization that does healthcare for the homeless there in Phoenix, to the Chief Medical Officer, Melissa Sandoval.
Okay, thank you. Board members, I'm going to open up with an opinion, and then I would like feedback from you, and then from there I think we are ready to proceed to a motion, in my opinion. I think that what we have before us in the complaint is that a business operated without a permit and without the right type of permit. They did, however, stop production of that activity as soon as it was brought to their attention. Typically in the past when we've had this, we've had a consent for a civil penalty of operating without a permit. I would like to note for the record the donation of 15,000 azithromycin to be taken into account when discussion of a consent agreement for operating without a permit. It's my opinion that that is well above what we would have asked, and in the times that we are, I think it was a wrong thing that they did, in my opinion, but they stopped and they did something that was good with a consequence of what they were facing. That was needed product in the community. So with that, I would leave it open to board discussion.
Mr. President, just to have it correct on the record, that's a total of 62,970 tablets.
Okay. Thank you. I would think that it's appropriate. Yes.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
I would, knowing the amount that was donated, I would like to offer a, and legal counsel may have to help me. I am not feeling it necessary to assign a consent fine. I do think a letter of reprimand needs to be issued, and I do believe that would be in a consent. I'd like a little bit of, I am so sorry, help guiding me in that approach, but it is my opinion that the 62,000 tablets of azithromycin was an acknowledgement of what had taken place, and I do think there needs to be something on the record on the business that they operated without the correct permit. May I have advice on what that could look like from legal counsel?
That you could offer them an administrative warning, setting forth your concerns with the fact that they operated without a permit, and acknowledge that the donation of the medication in the amount of over $62,000 was taken into consideration in offering that administrative warning.
For the record, it sounds like 62,000 tablets. I think, I don't know if we know that dollar amount, but definitely on the right lines. So if there's—
Ms. Galvin, question for you. Is that something that would be permanently a part of their license as disciplinary action and reported through the data bank, et cetera, this type of action?
It is non-disciplinary. An administrative letter, an administrative warning is non-disciplinary. And I think it stays in the record for 5 years.
That's correct.
They can file a response to the administrative warning if they want. At this point, because we're not at a conference or anything, we would ask them to consent to the issuance of that letter.
Ms. Galvin, is a letter of reprimand, would that be a consent?
We asked them to consent to the acceptance of the letter or the administrative warning at this time.
Okay.
Well, Mr. President, you're saying letter of reprimand. That's a separate. I think that's something separate than what Ms. Galvin is talking about. A letter of reprimand is a disciplinary action.
Okay.
I was under the impression you were looking at an administrative warning.
I was looking at a letter of reprimand acknowledging the wrongdoing. It has stopped, but acknowledging that, and then moving forward and accepting the 2 permits that are on file. And with that, I will ask board members for opinions.
I agree with you, Mr. Lib. I think there needs to be some form of permanent discipline associated with the act, but I don't think we need to issue any further monetary fines based on what they've already done for the community.
I'm in agreement with that as well. I think that's a very reasonable approach. Let them proceed with their permits and then deal with the complaint with the letter.
Okay, thank you for the discussion. I'd like to make that my motion, and I will look for a second.
I'll second.
I'm willing to.
Ms. Walmsley, I have a second. We'll do a roll call.
Okay, Mr. Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Dang is not present. You're back. Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Minkus?
Actually, since Mr. Dang was missing for a portion of the discussion and continuation, it may be better if he abstain at this point.
That's fine. I abstain.
Okay. Mr. Minkus?
Aye.
Mr. Leba?
Aye.
Mr. Blair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
Ms. Lochnikar? Still absent.
Okay. Before I move on, because there's quite a bit, is there anything else that we need to address as a board?
Do we need to approve the permits?
Yes.
I did try to put that in there, but let's make a separate motion for that.
I'm happy to make the motion to approve both permits so these guys can forward with their business.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Can we
Aye.
make that the permits approved upon acceptance of the letter of reprimand?
Yes, that's a good idea. Mo, could you amend?
I'll amend my motion to that effect.
Amended second.
And should we do a roll call, Ms. Galvin, on this since there is a acceptance of the orders?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Same.
Mr. Minkus?
Aye.
Mr. Leba?
Aye.
Mr. Blair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
And Ms. Lochnikar still absent.
Okay, thank you. Representatives from Thomas Labs, this is concluded. The board will be in touch with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, will we be receiving guidance then on our ability to move forward after we accept the letter of reprimand, which I have authority to say we will do so, with our existing inventory? I know Ms. Dodge was under the impression that we had removed everything from the premises. We had set it aside, but there's still materials and repackaged goods that we weren't able to send back to our original wholesalers. Will this, once we have this resolved and the permits reinstated, will we be able to move forward with that business at that time?
Ms. Edgar, I thank you for the question. What I would like to do is not address that at this point, but I would tell you to give the executive director a phone call and have that discussion. And between the two of you, there can be direction given, or you can come to your conclusion based off the questions you ask.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We're to
I think it makes sense to do 20A next.
Okay.
Just my personal opinion.
Okay, I agree. 20A, this is complaint 20-0116, Salzbeck Enterprises.
Rob, if you can, there you go, Brett and
Brett and
Barbara.
Barbara,
Okay, thank you.
good morning,
Bill, could
Mr.
you-
President.
Good morning. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. President and the board, thank you. This is Brett and Barbara, counselor for Salzbach Enterprises. They're also on the line as well.
Okay, thank you.
Barbara,
Ms. Hess?
are you a licensed attorney in the state of Arizona?
Yes, as was reflected in the response that I
Okay,
filed
thank you.
with my bar number. I guess you haven't read that yet?
You know what? We have a lot of cases on here and I didn't recall that. Thank you.
Would you like my bar number or?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hess, could you give a summary of the case, please?
Certainly. This case is related to the previous case, and the summary will be somewhat similar. On or about March 9th, which is actually was March 10th, myself and compliance officer Melanie Thayer were inspecting Thomas Labs, found that the company had been receiving prescription antibiotics from Salzbach Enterprises. Later on March 10th, board staff received a permit renewal application from Salzbach Enterprises. Their permit had expired in October. During the course of our investigation into Thomas Labs and Salzbach Enterprises, staff requested additional documentation from the company. They were trying to establish exactly what was being shipped to Thomas Labs. Salzbach is a contract manufacturer. They were shipping in product that was actually in packets. There's a photo of it on page 2467, an example in your packets. And that one specifically is doxycycline 100 milligram powder. And also on page 2464 is a list of the products, everything that they had shipped in during the time period that there was a lapse of permit. Anyway, the staff had actually requested additional documentation, just trying to figure out exactly what was going on. And the company refused to supply this additional information. It was at that point that this complaint was opened. And on March 13th, a subpoena was sent for the records. On March 17th, Salzbach Enterprises responded to the subpoena through legal counsel and provided requested documentation. In the response, representatives of Salzbach Enterprises maintain that the drugs that they purchase, manufacture, and distribute do not require a prescription as long as the end use is for ornamental fish. And they quote that many companies that serve this industry and provide medications, all required to operate following FDA guidelines and the MOMS Act of 2004. They assert that they do not manufacture or ship any products for human use and that they are strictly a contract manufacturer, as previously stated, and feel they have no responsibility to label any product with an NDC number. They state that this is the responsibility of their customers and they sell nothing under their company name, which is true. A search of past inspection performed by the FDA revealed that a total of 4 inspections had been conducted between the years of 2011 to 2017. All but one noted violations that were classified as voluntary action indicated. There was no 483s issued.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barber, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, I would just like to reiterate what I said or wrote in the written response, and that, you know, and what was sort of discussed before, this is a gray area, for lack of a better term, in terms of end use products for ornamental fish. And, you know, as another board member indicated, I mean, you know, I'm just a Google search, you know, I can go down to my local PetSmart and get erythromycin for bacterial infection treatment. And it just seems to me that if we're going to go down this road, then we need to start sending representatives of the pharmacy into every PetSmart in the state and take these items off the shelves. Obviously, people aren't going to go to their veterinarian lined up with their fish bowls. This is a practice that I know is a gray area, but as I stated in the response, Sulzbach has for quite some time been registered with the FDA, which they are in good standing as a veterinary manufacturer, and that the intent is not for human use. There, in terms of the second allegation regarding the subpoena issue, there's no denying that they refused to provide information. Just a little background on Sulzbach. Sulzbach Enterprises operates in multiple states throughout the United States, and they have permits in all of those states. It was simply an oversight that they did not renew their permit in Arizona. Their only customer in Arizona is Thomas Labs. And so they did engage in an extensive back and forth with Dr. Dodge. And this was their mistake, undoubtedly. They said, we think we've provided enough information, at which point they received a subpoena, contacted me, and I explained that, technically that's definitely unprofessional conduct. You need to respond. And they immediately did respond and provide all the documentation. So I don't want to take up any more of your time. I think a lot of the substantive issues were discussed under the purview of the Thomas Labs discussion, and I would think that much of the same analysis applies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Can you tell me, or are you aware of any other members of the Sulzbach Enterprises that are here today that would like to make a statement before we continue?
They're here. I don't know that. Would Keith? Would either of you like to make a statement?
We really have no statement to make other we apologize for not renewing the permit. It was an oversight. We admitted it. We took care of it right away and sent the past late fees and permit fees UPS overnight to the board. We used to get a reminder when the permit was due for renewal, and for whatever reason we did not get one, and it was just an oversight.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hess, any follow-up on that? And then we'll go to board member discussion.
No, I actually was just going to do a quick summary of their response, but they have pretty much summarized it. They did send in their back fees. They stated that it was an oversight. They are a contract manufacturer and they do manufacture according to what their customers specify.
Okay. Board members, before we get to the operating without a permit, letting it expire and continue to operate, I think a discussion topic, Mr. Barber, if you could expand on, is when a order comes in or when a contract is set up between you and an end user, what is the vetting process to ensure that you're able to send the product that they're requesting?
I would defer to, I'm counsel in terms of that operational aspect. I would defer to Mr. Sulzbach. I'm sure he can answer that.
Thank you. Mr. Sulzbach?
Sure. When we receive an order, we place the order with our chemical supplier. We always attach what's called an intended use letter, which specifies that the product is not to be used for human use or fish use for human consumption. The chemicals come in, they're immediately put into a quarantine area here until we receive the certificate of analysis. We also perform an identity test to verify that it is what it's supposed to be. And before any products are even put into the packets for Thomas Labs,
We will blend the products, you know, in our blender, and we'll send a sample of that blend to an outside lab, and they then do the test to verify that the potency, you know, is accurate and it's within specifications. And we from there we would then put the product into foil packets and send to Thomas.
How do you legally know that you're able to send product to Thomas without, like, for instance, in this case, did you look into, did they have any qualified or approved drugs or index drugs in the MUMS Act that they were requesting to buy from you?
I mean, you're talking about the NDCs?
I'm talking about the products that you send to them. How, when they request it, how do you know that they're able to accept those?
We don't.
Can I speak to that really quickly?
Yes.
The FDA just holds, because they're a contract manufacturer, the FDA just holds them responsible to comply with CGMP. It would be Thomas Labs' responsibility to make sure that the drugs are approved.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hess. That helps quite a bit and saves quite a bit of time. Okay, board members, having said that, we have the issue at hand before us of violation for R423601, and I will leave it to you for a discussion.
Mr. President, to your point, I think that we still haven't addressed, even though Sulzbach is not responsible to assign NDC numbers and things like that. Ms. Hess said that, you know, that was Thomas's responsibility. I still believe that Sulzbach should have some responsibility to vet the customer that they're sending to. I mean, sending product to a non-permitted facility, I mean, what would stop me from calling and saying, hey, I want to order 1,000 packets of doxycycline to treat my fish tank? Would they just send me 1,000 packets of doxycycline? I'm not permitted.
You're right. They are responsible to make sure that there's a permit. But as far as the FDA and making sure that
right, I'm staying away from that issue. But just as far as vetting where they're shipping to.
So point of clarification, we also have those same things under the other complaints. So there's a complaint and a permit, if I understand correctly, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, that we're dealing with Sulzbach. But then there are complaints for L, for J, for K, for I, and for M that also sold to Thomas Labs.
Correct. And in addition, Sulzbach did not have a permit. So they didn't check for their own permit, making sure they had that legality part right, and they didn't check to see if the other entity was permitted.
Just making sure that I'm tracking right here, since there's so many different players involved here.
Yes.
And
may I say something, please?
Point of clarification, Sulzbach, Sulzbach has been in business for decades, and the only client they have ever had in the state of Arizona is Thomas Labs.
Thank you. Mr. Sulzbach, did you have something to add?
Yes, when we first began business with Thomas Labs, they indicated to us that we required a permit with the Arizona Board of Pharmacy. So in terms of vetting Thomas Labs, it was done with Thomas Labs because they said they had permits also with the board.
But
you didn't verify.
Do you keep a copy of the permits and so on? Do you request a copy of the license to keep on your file?
We have a copy of our permit.
Yeah, but not Thomas.
We don't have.
But not Thomas's. I mean, I would think that anybody you're shipping to in any state, you would want to have some documentation that you are shipping to a legitimate permittee.
We'll take that under advisement.
I would, as their counsel, I would say we can commit right now that would be part of their policies and procedures moving forward, is that prior to shipping any product to any state, to any customer, they obtain a copy of that recipient's valid permit that shows that they are permitted to indeed accept the product.
Perfect.
Thank you.
We will commit to that.
How long did they operate without their own permit?
It would have expired on October 31st of 19.
Okay.
Mr. President, I have a question for Solbach.
Yes.
So my question is, on March 10th, based on the narrative here, on March 10th, 2020, the board received a permit, the renewal permit, and we had asked you for additional information. Why did you first refuse to provide the board additional information as per our request?
Well, I can answer that because they called me when they got the subpoena. They were, like I said, they had engaged in, I believe, a 2-week-long back and forth dialogue with Dr. Dodge, and they're very unfamiliar with this process, as not all states require them to go through this process. They were just simply ignorant, quite frankly, of the rules requiring that because they were providing invoices and things like that, and it just got to a point where they felt, and again, wrongly, that we've provided so much, what more do you want from us? And that's when they contacted me, and I explained to them, no, you need to provide everything the board asks for, no questions asked. And they said, oh, okay, we understand now. And I explained to them that that's part of the rules of professional conduct in Arizona. And as soon as they understood that, they immediately turned over everything.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask a question for board staff, Mr. President?
Yes.
So by my math, they went about 4 months or so without a license. They said they've renewed their license and they've paid the back fees. Now, to be consistent with the way we've treated others, is paying the back fees enough, or do we need to take additional action to be fair to everybody else with this case?
I would direct that to legal counsel to answer that question.
Then may I get a clarification on that from legal counsel?
Actually, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for legal advice, since there's a number of other cases too that are involved.
Second.
I'll second that.
Okay, have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we will enter another room and we will be back with you momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, if we could unmute Mr. Barber, Mr. Solzback and group. And thank you for your patience. We are back from executive session, and I will open it up for board member discussion or additional questions.
Mr. President, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Salzbeck, I show that you're still muted. Can he be unmuted? The question. Okay, there we go. Sir, quick question for you. During the period of November 1st, when your license expired till the middle of March, when you renewed it, can you estimate for me how many times you shipped product to Thomas Lab? How many invoices during that time period? Any ideas?
Sure. Just give us 1 second here. We might have it in front of us. Maybe around 4 to 5 lots of product.
So during that 4.5 months, 4 to 5 lots of product was shipped into Arizona without a license.
I believe so, roughly.
Okay, thank you, sir. If there's no other question, I'll make a motion regarding the issue of operating without a permit.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So then with legal counsel's assistance, I'd like to make a motion. They've shipped 4 lots of product into Arizona. We'll fine them $400, $100 for each incident as a civil penalty. If that could be made into a consent agreement for them, that's my motion.
Payable in what period of time, Mr. Solari?
I'm sorry, repeat that. Payable in 30 days.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Nair with the second. A roll call.
Wait a minute, do we have discussion? We still have the matter of the shipping to Thomas Labs without them being permitted either, as is part of this complaint.
Let's take the first motion. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Nay.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leyba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Nay.
Mr. Tong,
Nay.
Ms. Laknacar is absent. Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it, 5 to 4. 5 to 3, sorry.
5 to 3.
Okay, so operating without a license has been addressed. Ms. Walmsley?
So this, as well as several of the other cases that we still need to address, the allegation is that they shipped to Thomas Labs without Thomas Labs being appropriately permitted. The representative from Solzback mentioned that they don't validate that information beyond the initial time, and they don't keep a copy of that. I'm trying to think through what the appropriate action should be here, but I think that certainly needs to be addressed. The fact that there are a number of other cases, I think there are some extenuating circumstances that we probably need to talk through. I don't know if it's appropriate to do that now, or if we want to take these all as a group, or how we want to do it.
I'd like to focus on this and then move on to the others. That's my opinion.
It is a clear violation of 423-607. I would probably say a non-disciplinary letter of concern.
That's kind of where my head is. I think that from reading the other cases, I think that there are some things that we could probably do differently as a board that would make it more clear, but I think that there's still some work that they could do on their side. So I would be in favor of the non-disciplinary letter of concern regarding that portion.
Your motion.
Take it, Lori.
Sure. That's my motion. I'd like to issue a non-disciplinary letter of concern.
And I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. Discussion? Okay.
There's no roll call, Mr. President.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. This concludes the session with Salzbach Enterprise. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 11 o'clock. I can take direction from Dr. Dodge and Dr. Gandhi on what we do next, or we can break for lunch for 1 hour and reconvene, depending on what we have scheduled for this afternoon. I'll let you guys make that decision.
Mr. President, would it make sense to take the remaining complaints 4I through M, since they are related to the Thomas Labs case, while it's all fresh in everybody's mind?
Ms. Dodge, are they available and planned at this time to do it?
This was on the consent agenda. This was pulled from consent.
So you could take them all at once, Mr. President, if you'd like.
Okay.
If it pleases the board too, I think I could probably essentially summarize them at one time.
Okay, so for the record, we're looking at 4I through 4M. And I think we'll go ahead with that. And Ms. Hess, would you please summarize?
Okay. And I think we're talking about the same thing with Ms. Thayer and I going in and seeing the human grade prescription antibiotics. I would say most, if not all of them, are stating the same thing, as that they saw the approved pending inspection status and are saying that they did not understand that that status did not allow them to ship antibiotics or prescription drugs to Thomas Labs. They seem to think that even though it wasn't in an open status, that word approved allowed them to ship antibiotics in. All of them do acknowledge that they do now realize that they should not have shipped it in, but I would say most, if not all, are saying that that word approved is what tripped them up.
Okay, thank you for that summary. Before we talk as a group, I can see how that is confusing. Somebody who is in the same circles in regulation or legal counsel would know different, but somebody out there looking at a permit saying approved pending could be a point of confusion. I understand that. There needs to be, in my opinion, and we probably talk about that, but a clarification on that on the website, or a change of words on how we do that. Maybe it is pending inspection, period, and that's what we put, but I do think there needs to be a type of clarification made on our board website. And with that, I'll hand it over to the board members for opinions.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree on the wording, but nevertheless, I mean, each of those entities did have a responsibility to verify the permit, and I mean, at a minimum, they should have a copy of the valid permit in their records. So I would make a motion for non-disciplinary letters of concern to each.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
For all of them, for I, J, K, L, and M.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I think I'd like to make a motion for board to look at clarification and how that is posted, or an asterisk next to approved pending with a qualifier of what that means on the board website as well.
We are working on that, Mr. President.
So we don't need to go down that route. Okay,
No.
Thank you.
I agree with you, because if it was just one person, wouldn't be so concerned. But the fact that there's all these entities that we're also confused, I think it's needed.
Okay. All right. So what I think I want to do is break for lunch and come back at 12 o'clock, and we will pick up. Or is that a good time? Are we going to be coming back before people are ready? Do we have any other things to do, and we could break later? I'm open for suggestions, is what I'm saying.
Special request was agendized from 12 or 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So if we come back at noon and we are announcing it now, I think we're fair game, Mr. President.
Okay. Ms. Dodge?
I would agree.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is let's break for lunch and then we will come back at noon.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rob, Cam, or Elizabeth, could you give direction to board members on what to do with their Zoom during this period of time?
Yeah, certainly. You have the Zoom invite. You can log off if you'd like, and just re-enter the Zoom using that link again, using your same name, so we can identify you and unmute you as you log in. As to the rest of the folks, they have information on how to log in and out using phone numbers that we provided. If you're listening in on a meeting, you can also listen in on YouTube if you'd like, but you also have the ability to log back in at 12 o'clock when the meeting resumes.
Okay, thank you. See everybody at noon.
Bye.
That's literally a really good way of looking at it. It's the truth because it's your, huh? I'm not hearing myself.
I can hear you. Cam, I just sent you a message about next agenda item.
I'll look at it.
Thank you.
Hey, Rob. Doing it again. What is your option? That is 049872.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hey Joe,
Yes.
I think we still have 10A to do.
Yeah, I thought we'd pick up there.
Okay.
And then 13B,
20B.
20B, and then special requests.
Okay, perfect. That's what I had left for my notes, at least. Sounds like we're tracking.
Okay, Rob, and give me the thumbs up when you're ready. Okay, thank you. All right, so welcome back everybody from working break. We will now ask Dr. Gandhi to do a roll call.
Okay, Mr. Solari,
Here.
Mr. Dang,
I'm here.
Mr. Minkus, Mr. Minkus, Mr. Leyva?
Here.
Mr. Blair?
Here.
Ms. Walmsley?
Here.
Mr. Tong?
Here.
Ms. Lochnikar? Still absent. Ms. Nair?
Here.
Okay, Mr. Minkus?
I'm here, Cam.
All
I'm
right,
here.
gotcha,
There you
buddy.
go. Okay, picking up at 10A is a representative for Community Medical Equipment, Inc., doing business as Compression Medical Supplies.
Mr. President, I did leave a message yesterday with Community Medical to have Miss Tisha Simpson Richardson to call me, and I left my number, my cell phone number, and I have not received a call.
Okay. Let's table that one, and then we will move on to 13B, LifeScript Pharmacy.
Again, LifeScript was supposed to get a hold of Miss Dodge or Jennifer, and as to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, that they have not reached out to you.
No, they did, and I copied you in it. I don't think she is available, so we may have to table it until the next meeting.
Okay.
Let's see
Okay,
her.
we'll go ahead and
I believe
table
she had
that
a
one.
family emergency.
Yeah, so table until September.
Okay, thank you.
I think, Mr. President, if I may interrupt, 13C Free State may be available. I know there was some issues they had internally, but they may be available. I know they emailed Jennifer this morning, and
okay,
but I don't know if they're online.
Who is that?
Free State
It would be
Pharmacy.
Oh, okay.
13C.
13C.
and it would be revisited. The last action was for the board staff to get the most recent Kansas inspection within 30 days, and if not, then deny.
Correct.
This is Fawn with Free State.
Hi, Fawn.
We might just need her last name. Sorry, we don't know.
I'm sorry, this is Fawn Lickteig.
Lickteig.
okay. Welcome. We are looking at Free State Pharmacy, and Ms. Lickteig, will you tell us a little bit about your request before the board today?
Yes, I'm appearing before the board due to a new application that we submitted for the pharmacy.
Okay. Board staff, is there any kind of summary that, Ms. Richardson, could you share a summary on, it looks like you prepared?
Yes. So Free State was a non-resident application. I had communication with the person that signed the application. I don't have her name in front of me, but it was not Ms. Lickteig. My concern with that one was the platform that was being used was a customer relation management software. I asked for the representative to explain how that was HIPAA compliant, how those prescriptions were received by the pharmacist. I received a copy and pasted answer about a CRM was a customer relations tool, a platform that increased profitability, streamlined business functions. It didn't appear to be a prescription software program that would retain the necessary elements that we would require of a prescription in terms of the elements of a prescription, drug usage reports, that type of thing. And it did not appear to be HIPAA compliant from what I could tell. But I wasn't able to get any further information on that. I could not confirm that the prescription specialist that they refer to that do the reach out to the physicians and the patients, I couldn't confirm that those were licensed individuals or that they were working in a permitted facility. So I did eventually ask to speak with the listed PIC to get contact information for them. And that's when communication was cut off. I wasn't able to get that information to speak with a pharmacist.
Okay.
And then my other concern had been, I'm sorry, Mr. President, was the form that was provided on their website that the specialist uses when they enroll a patient had some red flags on it for us that indicated to the patient to check a box if they were interested in diabetic supplies or pain cream, which are some things that we've seen issues with in the past with other permit holders.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lickteig, would you like to make a statement before the board deliberates?
Yes, so the CRM is the secure system used to receive faxes, and that is HIPAA secure and meets all the requirements. Abacus is the pharmacy software. So that everything goes into Abacus, and that's how the pharmacist manages the software and the system and everything.
Mr. President, may I ask, is Ms. Lickteig a pharmacist? What is her?
The same question I had.
Yeah, so I'm help with compliance and licensing for them. We have a new pharmacist who just got hired on, and we were afraid that she wouldn't be able to answer all the questions. So Elaine Balsamo, she's the owner. She asked that I come and talk to you guys.
Are you an attorney?
No.
But you handle compliance with the organization?
Yeah, I fill out the paperwork for the licensing and things like that.
Very. Thank you.
Will you do me a favor? Would you walk us down your business model and tell me how that form is used to obtain prescriptions?
Sure. So we have a website where patients can go if they're interested in services, freestaterx.com, and a patient can go there and fill out the web form, and then they would be called by someone and talk to about our services and what they offer. And from the interest, then their physician would be faxed for their medications and into the secure site. And Abacus is the pharmacy software. And the pharmacist would then, verify with the patient as well as the physician that they meet all the requirements, and verifying like patient-physician relationship, and that everything is as it should be in compliance.
Okay, so you're confirming with me right now that a patient-prescriber relationship is established before the prescription shows up?
Correct.
How are the prescribers, who picks the prescriber? Is it the patient or is it you? Your company?
They tell, the person who's enrolling them who their physician is, and the pharmacist qualifies everything, and then they fax everything out.
I have a question, Mr. President.
Yes.
So who faxed the prescription request to the doctor, and where is this person located?
They're located at the pharmacy in Kansas. The pharmacy and the pharmacist and the technician are the ones that are doing that.
When is the last time you've been inspected by the Kansas Board of Pharmacy?
It was November 19th for the opening inspection. There hasn't been any business that's transpired yet at the pharmacy. It's a new pharmacy.
Real quick, do you know if you renewed the license because it actually expired on June 30th?
Yes, it's renewed, and there's a new pharmacist in place.
Okay.
Jill
Who is that pharmacist?
Jill Ottinger.
Jill Ottinger. So what happened to Daniel Klein and Logan Aukenberg?
So Logan resigned a while back, and Doug Klein, he was the pharmacist, and he had a different opportunity present itself to him, and it was closer to his home, so he decided he didn't want to be the pharmacist in charge anymore, which is when Jill Ottinger was hired to take his place. So that kind of transpired after the application was submitted to the Board of Arizona. So yeah, that hasn't been updated.
Have you
Mr.
noticed?
President, another question.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh. Is your business licensed in another state besides Kansas?
So there's pending applications in Florida and Georgia. The idea is to get URAC accredited and to become a mail order pharmacy. That's the business plan.
What is the purpose of having the question on the form regarding pain creams and dry skin cream and so on?
I think that's one of the products that they were focusing on for their business plan.
Well, pain cream is a very general term. So let's say a patient signed up with Free State and did check off the box that they were interested in pain cream. What happens then?
So a representative would probably call them and see what medications they are needing and then sign them up. Probably the pharmacy technician, if they want to be signed up or, you know, not, whatever is best for the patient.
So would a physical examination be done on the patient before the pain cream is issued?
By their physician, yeah. I mean.
All right. So do you have any type of pre-printed forms with formulas on them or anything that you might supply to the physician?
No pre-printed forms with formulas. There's no compounding being done. It's just general pain cream would be like lidocaine and things of that nature. So very minor things.
Any controlled substances in those?
No controlled substances at all. And no controlled substances would be shipped into the state at all, period.
And you're not doing any compounding at your location?
No compounding, no.
Mr. Blair, didn't you have a question about the URL for the pharmacy?
Yes. Well, it wasn't really so much as a question. It's actually an observation that the website, especially if you're planning on doing mail order, that you are not registered as a .pharmacy. You're not registered with Legit Scripts or any of the accreditation programs for pharmacies.
Yeah, that is something that's going to be worked on for sure, you know, as business progresses. But like I said, nothing's really happened yet, no business, but let me take note of those so that I can tell the ownership and they can get that taken care of. You said .pharmacy should be added?
.pharmacy, which is a program through National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
Okay.
And then Legit Scripts. It's another accreditation, which you'll probably need I don't know if you take credit cards, but.
Yeah, that's definitely will be needed.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes.
So for our the board members' edification, can you explain to us what the CMR system is? What's the purpose and who has access to the system?
CRM, it's customer relations manager system. It's just basically a way to receive the prescriptions and then the marketing people that are on the front end of everything. That's just their management of the customers, the patients.
So they have no access to the pharmacy software. They are sending the information over.
Yes, exactly.
Can I ask how you get these patients?
Yes, through Facebook marketing and, you know, directing them to the website.
So the marketers are out there looking for these patients?
No, they're not looking for the patients. It's more, you know, when you market on Facebook, it's targeted to people who are looking for pharmacies and they see an ad pop up, that kind of thing. And they would click on it and be directed to the website.
So what if a patient who is interested clicks it but doesn't have a prescriber?
Well, then we wouldn't be able to service them until they would find a physician.
Okay. You do not create that relationship with patient and prescriber then?
No, sir.
So then you would get a complete new order from an established prescriber?
Exactly.
Mr. President. Go ahead.
This may have already been answered, but why pick those particular medications to fill only?
I believe the idea is to fill all the medications. That was just one of their products that they were offering.
So the intent is to fill anything that a patient has on their profile.
Anything that they need, except for the controlled substances, we would recommend them to go locally for those, since they're so, delicate, and we don't really want to dispense those across state lines if possible. But once, URAC accredited and everything, that could change, based on the URAC accreditation and what the company has to follow with that.
Mr. President, may I make a comment?
Yes.
Elaine is the person I was communicating with, who is evidently the owner. When I asked her about this CRM program, what she explained to me about that was that the physician is also signed up with that program, and Ms. Lickteig is indicating that the marketers also utilize this program. What she explained is that the physician sends the prescription that way. That's how the pharmacist accesses the prescription and is processing it from there. She also explained that the doctor uploads their medical notes into that system. So the private medical note information, the diagnosis and whatnot is also uploaded into that system that
So
these
it's not
marketers
loaded
have access to.
Not loaded into the pharmacy software. It is loaded by the marketing company into.
The doctor loads it into this CRM. He uploads this he or she uploads that information, is how Elaine explained it to me, that the medical note and whatnot is uploaded into that system.
Lickteig, can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, I don't believe that the physicians would have access to the CRM. I mean, it's a web-based kind of customer relations thing. So I don't think that's entirely accurate. Maybe she was referring to like SureScripts and sending information that way. But that's why she asked me to be here today, because she doesn't have a very good understanding of all those internal workings of the system. So
you use the term "you don't believe." Do you know? Is it something that you're 100% positive on record that the physicians aren't uploading patient documents onto the marketing platform versus a secure platform?
Mr. President, Kevin, you're
hang on one second. Fawn, could you answer my question on that?
Sure. Yeah, I can't say with 100% certainty, but that's how I believe it to work. So I can clarify that for you, and we can get you a better 100% definite answer.
Okay, that's information that I need to know to make a decision. Ms. Dodge? Elizabeth is muted. Rob, if you can unmute her. Kevin, did you have a question, or was that something different?
I had a question.
I don't have anything. Kevin, you keep bringing up sound. It sounds like a lawnmower or something. Just so you know.
Okay, must be my neighbor. Sorry about that. Okay, but I do have a question for Mr. Lickteig. So just to clarify, the CRM system that is accessible by both clinicians and non-clinicians, as well as the public.
Not the public. It's an internal system.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Slary?
Yes, Ms. Lickteig, remind me again one more time. When Ms. Richardson asked to speak to a pharmacist in charge, the communication from your company ceased. Why did that happen? Can you explain why wouldn't you get back to her?
There was a transition period between when Doug Klein left and when we were able to identify a new pharmacist in charge to join the, be hired.
But why not just say, we don't have one, would you mind waiting till we hire one? Instead, all communication ceased, if I understand Ms. Richardson correctly.
I think it just got honestly forgot about. We just neglected to follow up, which was unfortunate, but it's a reason why we wanted to make sure and be here today as well with the representative.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I do have my email in front of me, my communication with Elaine Balsamo, I think is how you pronounce her name. A couple things. Ms. Lickteig had mentioned that this is mail order only. Elaine has stated that patients can pick up their prescriptions there at the pharmacy, but they will be mixing in mail order as well. And then in terms of that CRM system, physicians will be directly sending the prescription through the CRM that only the pharmacist will have access to. So that's different than what we're hearing today regarding the marketing team having access to it. It says once the consultation is finished between physician and patient, the doctor will upload all medical noted and the prescription for the pharmacist to review. And then patients come in through the website, they get enrolled into the CRM. We, being the company, would then work with the doctor's office regarding the patient's needs. Once the RX is received, it would be processed through billing software, then shipped for you. For you, customer relationship management is a technology for managing all your company's relationships and interactions with customers and potential customers. The goal is simple: improve business relationships. A CRM system helps companies stay connected to customers, streamline processes, and improve profit. I think that is it in regards to what we're talking about today.
Okay. Board members, do you have any other discussion or questions? I think an approach that we could take is that give the executive director the ability to work with the permit and to establish a secure platform that is HIPAA compliant and then authorize the permit. But until I know that information, I'm not able to approve the application. Ms. Lickteig, she even noted that she wasn't 100% sure. So she could work with the executive director, even the deputy director, to establish that that is a fact, that it is secure. And then at that point, instead of holding it up to the next meeting, issue approval for the permit. And I'll open it up at this point for the board members for thoughts and discussion.
I had a couple of issues, sir. Is it possible to get their Kansas inspection as we asked earlier? We need a copy of that, I think, to make sure everything is compliant there. As Mr. Blair indicated, their license with Kansas did expire and we need to get a copy of the renewed one. And then I still would like to know, I don't want a license issued, I guess, till a pharmacist in charge is identified and this person has been screened to make sure they're competent.
So a pharmacist in charge has been identified. Is that correct, Ms. Lickteig?
That is correct, and I can send you all of her documents, licenses, and everything.
Right.
And Mo, I think that they haven't had an inspection. That was the question I asked earlier. All they've had is an opening inspection. They haven't begun business.
But they're
correct.
They have a license which is expired, but for them to get a license, I would imagine they'd have to first have an inspection. I can't.
Yeah, they have an opening inspection.
Correct. Yes, and the license was renewed in June. Prior to the expiration date. And in Kansas, they do the opening inspection and then they do another one if there's a reason or in a year. But we have requested another inspection for states like yourself to have in front of them to make sure that we are meeting the guidelines with our state. And
okay.
Do we need to clarify what their business model is as well to make sure they have the correct permit?
I think that's a good idea.
I think she did verify that. It's going to be an open door pharmacy at this point with aspirations to go mail order in the future. Is that correct? Is that what I heard, Ms. Lickteig?
That is correct.
I think that President Leva's suggestion was prudent, and yeah, I would be in favor of taking that approach.
Agreed.
Okay, having said that, I will make the motion to allow the executive director, deputy director to establish that the firm has HIPAA compliant, secure software that the physicians are uploading and the pharmacist accessing after that to issue the permit application.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. President, if the database, the CRM, I believe, if it's accessed by the marketing team or anybody outside of the healthcare professional network, would you like to revisit it?
Yes, or before you just completely deny, then if there is not HIPAA compliance there with that, then it should come back before the board. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
I'll do 20B, Mr. President.
Thank you. 20B, if I could get the executive director to do an opening, please.
Certainly. ACRX was, the board had discussed this several meetings ago, and the board issued an interim consent agreement to not ship into Arizona until their matters in Nevada have been resolved. And the interim consent was a non-disciplinary agreement between ACSRX and the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. We drafted the consent agreement, interim consent agreement, based on the information we were given by various sources. ACRX was not totally happy with what was in the ICA and made some modifications. I did email that to you late morning. And again, the end goal for this interim order is still the same, that they're not going to be shipping into Arizona until their matters are resolved, but some of the basis for interim order has been redlined. And having reviewed it, I mean, the end game is still the same. So I don't have overly concerns about the redlining some information there. There are still some challenges going on in Nevada between that company and the Nevada Board of Pharmacy and the court system. But they have agreed to not ship into Arizona until those are resolved. I've had Mr. President review the document as well, and he's okay with the document as well.
Yeah, it's the same end game. It's the same strategy that was had before, and also it has the part where there's still a notify once the proceedings are completed, and it may be quite some time. So the end game, in my opinion, with the amended consent agreement is the same.
I think the only concern we had was ACSRX was not communicating well with us. We had reached out to them right after this decision was made, and at that time they indicated they weren't totally happy with the ICA, and it was indicated, hey, get back to revisions as soon as possible, and then they went dark. So we hadn't heard from them until the 11th hour, where we reached out to them, and then they supplied that information.
What was that about? Any idea? Why did they quit communicating?
According to the gentleman I spoke to, Jerry, he indicated that his attorney was managing his case, and his attorney was, for some reason, dragging his feet or something. And I said, look, if I don't have your revisions by tonight, the board will have to take action on your issue, and they may move it to hearing. I don't know. It's the board's decision. And at that time, obviously, they moved mountains and they got that to me.
Have our attorneys looked at the agreement, the modified consent agreement, or are they also fine with it?
I believe Seth is on the line.
Yeah, I did receive it this morning. I looked it over. You know, I think as echoed by, Joe and Cam, it achieves the board's objective. It's it's an interim agreement. It's not a final pending the outcome of the pending case they have. So I believe it's sufficient to get the board what it was looking for.
Okay, thank you.
And if something does surface through the Nevada board's investigations and the legal system, again, this is an ICA. The board is still entitled to go after them and hold them accountable for any actions that transpire out of that.
Board members, any questions?
Would they still have to provide us any documents? Like I know that there was a an FDA. I don't know if it was a 483 or if there was a letter, but like if we wanted to see a response to that, we still have the ability to request those types of documents.
They are still permitted by us, so yes, they're still, if we request a 483, they should supply it.
Based on what I've heard from Dr. Gandhi and Mr. Hargraves, I'd make a motion that we accept this interim consent.
I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Do we also have to address the permit though? This is a permit renewal, isn't it?
Double check here.
It's under renewal applications requiring board review.
Correct. I think that was part of it, right, Cam? But that was like the condition
Yes.
to accept it.
Correct. We did have the expiration date extended. It is open status right now. We did extend it until the board made a decision on the outcome of the situation. So yes,
So we need to vote on that as well.
correct.
So I'd make a motion that we approve the renewal contingent upon receiving the signed ICA.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
If we could get a roll call on that, I know it's an interim. I'm not quite sure it's labeled as discipline, but there is a restriction, so it may just be cleaner to have a roll call.
No problem.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
and Ms. Lochnicar is still absent. Okay.
Okay, taking us to special requests.
Yes, 30A.
Thank you. 30A, this is a deviation request for Diamond Drugs, Inc., doing business as Diamond Pharmacy Services. Board staff, I'll have you identify if there's anybody present with Diamond Drug.
I am looking, but I'm not.
It looks
like
Vince Fasano.
Fasano. Rob, if you can unmute Vince.
Hello? Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, you need Jeff DeGiorgio and Matt Balasek, who I'm looking at here as well.
Okay, looks like we have them unmuted. So if you would please state your name for the record and then tell me the nature of your request.
Yes, my name is Jeff DeGiorgio, and I'm a pharmacist with Diamond Drug. We currently service the medication dispensing and pharmaceutical services for Correctional Health Services, Maricopa County Jails. The purpose of our request today is to ask for a board deviation in order to place automated dispensing machines into the Correctional Health Services correctional institutions.
Okay. Board members, questions?
I don't understand why we need a deviation on this. Can't they just get permitted to put kiosks in?
Board members, questions? I don't understand why we need a deviation on this. Can't they just get permitted to put kiosks in?
That's weird.
It appears, yes, Mr. Velasek, that you've got some feedback, maybe two devices going. One needs to be muted.
Yes, Mr. Velasek, you've got some feedback, maybe two devices going. One needs to be muted.
Okay, is that, hopefully that's resolved it.
Okay, board staff, could you take a stab at Mr. Blair's question?
So Mr. Blair, an automated dispensing kiosk is basically a pharmacy in a box. I'm not sure if that's what this deviation is trying to cover. Can you explain the intent of this kiosk in Diamond Pharmacy, any one of you guys?
Whoever's talking, we cannot hear you. There's a faint distant. I don't even know which one of the three of you are. If
I think that was Jeff DeGiorgio should be driving this.
Okay.
He appears to be muted.
Rob, can you? There you go.
Okay. We good to go?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm Jeff. I'm here, and the reason we're asking for the deviation request, it's our understanding of Arizona Administrative Code R4 23701-04 that automated dispensing cabinets are only permitted in long-term care facilities, and the board of the statutes, Arizona Administrative Code addresses automated dispensing cabinets in long-term care facilities. To our understanding, they prohibit them in the like an assisted living facility, and there's no guidance specific to correctionals. So that's the purpose of our deviation. And if there was a question, I apologize. I didn't hear it with the static on the line. I apologize.
So what type of automated dispensing cabinet are you using?
The machine that's requested, it's called Insight, INSITE, and the company that makes them is called Swisslog, SWISSLOG. And I believe they were in front of the board back in March of this year, and they had a very similar, if not identical, request to place the machines at the Pima County Correctional Facility.
I thought it sounded familiar.
So to answer Mr. Blair's question, this is not a typical kiosk that we've seen in clinics and hospitals. This is a cabinet, dispensing cabinet.
Correct. Yeah, the cabinet, it holds 240 unique canisters, and the dispensing from the machine is prompted by orders checked here at Diamond Pharmacy. So our pharmacist here at the pharmacy would check the orders remotely, and once they're checked and verified by the pharmacist, when it comes time to run a med pass at the correctional institution, the machine would do the dispensing of the medications.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You guys are located in Pennsylvania. Who's going to device?
Yeah, correct. We are located in Pennsylvania, and when I've had some earlier discussions with the board regarding the matter, they were hoping that, they were checking it out to see if it requires to be filled by a permittee of the board. So we're looking to either subcontract licensed pharmacy techs in Arizona to fill the machines, And also currently at Maricopa CHS, they actually have a couple of pharmacy techs on staff that are licensed by the Arizona Board of Pharmacy. And we were seeking guidance to determine if those persons would be permitted to fill the machine, or if we would have to have Diamond personnel or subcontracted Diamond personnel to actually fill the machines.
Are you guys having trouble hearing him?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I hear everything play back and there's a delay and then you hear the playback.
Right.
So I think that's what you're hearing.
Yeah, I have a speaker here in front of me, and yeah, I can kind of hear the playback as
This is Matt Valisic. I'm the Director of Operations at Diamond Pharmacy. I just had one comment on that. This isn't a typical.
I would recommend holding off right
where...
now. I would hold off right now. I'm sorry. It looks like we're trying to fix something.
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Valisic, did you have something to say? I think it's Mr. Valisic's connection and computer. If you could, will you mute Mr. Valisic, Rob, and let's see if Mr. DiGiorio and Mr. Fasano are able to communicate without the feedback.
Yep, this is Jeff again. Is it coming through a little bit clearer now, or is it still coming on feedback?
No, it's very clear.
That sounds
okay.
Great.
Okay.
So,
what was the question? Give me a recap of who asked the last question.
Yeah, the question was how we planned on having the machines filled at the correctional centers and at the correctional institutions. And we know it's important to the board to have board licensed personnel filling the machines, which we interpret to be either a pharmacist or a pharmacy tech that's licensed by the Board of Pharmacy. So our current plan is to either subcontract out pharmacy techs so that they're employees or designees of Diamond Drug, or currently at CHS, they have 2 pharmacy techs on staff that are used now to help with the medication process. And we were seeking guidance as to whether they would be able to fill the machines, being that they're board licensed by the Arizona board.
Board staff.
The only concern we would have that if they're not using their own employees or contracting out, then who's ultimately responsible if an error happens? Because these folks are not necessarily affiliated with this company. And so that's where I think we've been talking to them. I've been talking to them about having either contracted somebody because then they're connected to the company, or having somebody employed by the company.
Yes, and we're actually we're willing to do that. And I've been the account manager and a pharmacist for the Maricopa County account since 2005. So I'm usually on site every 90 days doing our inspections of the medication areas and meeting with the Maricopa County executive team. With the COVID, I haven't been able to get into the jails the past 2 visits, but it has been consistently on a quarterly basis. And I plan on taking a license reciprocity test for the Arizona Board of Pharmacy so that I would be the pharmacist in charge as well. So I would be on the ground at least every 90 days doing my normal inspections. If it's required to be there more often, I can certainly accommodate that. And yeah, this is uncharted territory for us as well. So if the board would be more comfortable with us having subcontracted personnel filling the machines, since it's our stock, we would absolutely be willing to hire a company to work with us so that they're Diamond employees or subcontractors.
So where does that product, where will you be sending that product, and where will it be housed until it's replenished in the machine?
Well, currently the machine is able to hold about 240 unique canisters, and CHS is anticipating of purchasing 7 machines. So we do expect that there'll be canisters in the machines. There'll be canisters in transit back and forth to Diamond for the filling and replenishment. While the canisters are on site, being that the correctional institutions are secure facilities, we would have the excess canisters either secured in a medication cart that has a double lock and key on it, or in a room that has a double lock and key that's under surveillance. And we would only have the keys in the hands of our subcontracted personnel. No personnel at CHS would have the keys or access to the canisters. Only the folks that have been approved to have access will have access to them.
And will you be stocking controlled substances?
No. We decided that we don't wish to put any controlled substances in the machine. We're also going to limit, we're not going to stock any hazardous medications or antibiotics or any medications that could cause a cross sensitivity as well. We realized that to do controlled substances, we would need a whole additional permit, and we didn't want to go down that road with the machines as time.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes.
So are these canisters patient specific?
The canisters themselves, they're called smart canisters, and they're actually filled with stock medications. And when the bags come out of the machine, they'll come out as perforated baggies labeled patient specific. But when we send the canisters, they'll be like a canister of like lisinopril or risperidone. So they'll be bulk size containers.
Okay. And then who would have access to these cabinets specifically?
Yeah, the cabinets themselves, you need a key to enter the cabinets. And for anyone to enter the kiosk at the facility level, they have to have a user ID and password. So only Diamond personnel would have the keys to the physical cabinets. And then Diamond would also control the user IDs and the user permissions. So it would all be controlled by Diamond as the permittee.
Okay, board members, what questions do you have?
Just a point of clarification, Mr. President. A pharmacy technician, if they use a pharmacy technician, that technician has to obviously be under supervision of a pharmacist and connected to a permit holder. So I don't know if they can subcontract a position like that versus just having an employee. They may just have to hire an employee.
But that isn't the request that's before us today for consideration. The request is the deviation, right?
Right.
So,
Mr. President?
Yes.
Would they be able to do a shared services arrangement with a local pharmacy, and then they would be responsible for managing the personnel doing the replenishment?
Was that a question for Mr. President or for Diamond Pharmacy?
I think that's looking at legal counsel and board staff. I think that is something that could take place, but I will defer to board staff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do as a pharmacy. We do subcontract with local pharmacies. We subcontract with Sun West Pharmacy for some of our medication needs. Oftentimes after hours, the correctional facilities may need to have medications immediately, and with our overnight delivery, it may not get there in time. So we do have some agreements with Sun West Pharmacy and also with some local Walgreens. But if that's an avenue that board council would wish us to explore, we could certainly explore a relationship with another pharmacy in that capacity as well.
I think for today's discussion, Ms. Walmsley is correct. Let's address the deviation request, and then I would encourage you to work with the executive director on the fine questions that you have on that replenishment. Board members, what I'm seeing on the deviation request form does serve Arizona, so I would be in favor of granting the deviation.
I as well. This is similar to what we did a couple of months ago, so I think it's okay.
So
I would,
go ahead.
I would like to add, and I usually do add this request, is that we get a report say 6 months after it's operational, just kind of to see how it's going?
Mr. DeGiorio, would you do that for the board, please?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll provide a summary report of the status, and if you need any additional reporting or for us to appear in front of the board again, we're happy to do that, because we want to make sure we're doing this all in perfect guidance of the board so that there aren't any questions or any ambiguities.
Okay. And then again, I would encourage you to get your finer tuned questions with the stocking answered, so you have guidance there. So having said that, did I hear a motion?
I thought you made a motion. So I was seconding.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Solari and a second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today.
We appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. We have 30B, and Ms. Walmsley, I will hand over to you, please.
Okay. Board members, we have a request in front of us today for Bailey McComb. For background, she entered into a consent agreement in order of suspension and probation to resolve a matter back in May 2015. The terms of the consent agreement included a 6-month suspension followed by probation for 4 years and 6 months, participation in the PAPA program for the duration of her suspension and probation, completion of community service hours, and completion of continuing education requirements needed to maintain her pharmacist license. From my review, it appears that she has successfully completed the program. She's coming before us today to lift her probation and bring her license back into good status. We do have a letter of recommendation from Ms. Fine from the PAPA program, and that documents such completion. Staff, is there anything that I'm missing?
Nope. That was it. She has complied with all the terms of the consent agreement. She has the go ahead and green light from PAPA to be released as well.
Ms. McComb, I applaud you for the completion of your program. Board members, do we have any questions for Ms. McComb?
Just, would you let her introduce herself, give her name, and then if she has anything she wants to say?
Sure. Ms. McComb, do you have a statement that you'd like to make for the board?
Yes, please. Bailey McComb, and I would just like to thank the board and the PAPA program for the support and the structure that they provided throughout this journey. I know my journey is far from over, but I'm such a different person, and I feel like I've grown so much since the person I was 5 years ago sitting in front of the board. I just was so lost and so broken, and I have tools now to deal with life, and continue to move forward and put this behind me. My life now looks so much different. I've been employed steadily for 4 years. I have a good relationship with my family. I'm engaged and to a man that has 2 kids, and I'm at a point in my life where I'm ready to be a role model and a stepmom to those 2 little kids.
It's great to hear. Board members, any further questions for Ms. McComb?
If not, I'm willing to make the motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move to terminate Ms. McComb's probation, allow her to return to normal practice.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Solari and a second by Mr. Dang. Do we need a roll call for this, Mr. Gandhi?
No, we don't.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Noting Mr. Leba's abstention. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Walmsley. 30C, discussion and consideration and possible action regarding Priscilla Torres, T003079.
And it looks like she is on.
Okay.
We'll just have to unmute her.
Okay, she is unmuted, Mr. President.
Okay, good afternoon, Priscilla Torres. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, you are before the board with a request today. Would you tell us a little bit about that?
About what went on.
What would you like the board to know?
My situation, I was forced into it, so it was a matter of life and death. So I just want the board to consider, giving me a chance to redeem myself and help me keep what I worked so hard for.
Board members, do you have questions?
So I don't know if we want to have staff kind of do a summary of the situation. So as I read this, she entered into a voluntary suspension in January 2019.
Surrender,
and then,
I believe.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it was a surrender. You said suspension, I think.
No, that was first, and now there's a surrender.
Yes, you're right. It was suspension.
Can you give a recap, Elizabeth, just so we can understand what the ask is here?
Yes, I can try. Right. So she had an order and a consent agreement to suspend her license. And then the board offered her a consent agreement for surrender of her license, and that's what she is contesting.
Ms. Torres, when I look at this, the concern stands out for the citizens of Arizona. There was 83 pounds of a illegal substance found in your car, and you claim that you make the statement that you were the victim. I need to understand a little bit more about that in a statement from you.
When I went to go visit a friend in Mexico, we went to lunch, and then while we were at lunch, my car was being stripped apart and loaded with packages of marijuana. So when I got back, I seen what they're doing. I tried to get out of it. They basically said I only had two choices, so it was turned into a matter of life and death. So I was like, I was forced into it. And being in Mexico, I didn't know who to call. I mean, some of these people, they have like the police paid off. They had like the borders paid off, but I don't know. I was in a situation I never been before, and it was just scary.
How did you come about making that situation to put yourself in that situation?
It was just a bad situation of even going to Mexico in the first place. I should have never trusted him.
Who was he? What?
He was an old high school friend.
Okay.
And yeah, I should have never trusted him. But I never been in no kind of criminal activity or in trouble, even with work or anything. So I'm just hoping, someone, that there's hope out there. Just hoping for a chance, My goal is to finish school and hopefully ask for a pardon from the president, because even with the lawyer I had, he didn't want to take it to trial. So he didn't really fight for me like I wanted him to. So, it was really hard.
So you knew all along the way that you were transporting drugs across the border?
Yeah, they followed me like halfway towards the border, and they were watching me. So when I got in line, they told me stay in the middle and stay into the middle line. But there's like 3 stations. I never been to Mexico before, so I was being coached for everything. So there's 3 stations, and the one in the middle that they told me to go into was already occupied, and then the left lane turned green. I was freaking out, so I just went to the left one, and when the lady was asking me questions, the tears started coming down my eyes, and she already knew something was wrong with me. So that's when they pulled me over and they put the dogs on my car. And I kind of have to think of this situation that it was a blessing, because had I crossed the border, I don't even know like what would have happened to me. If they would have got rid of me at that point, and I don't know what would have happened to me. I didn't know who I was dealing with. So just the whole situation was traumatic. And
what were you? What was your charge? What were you found
so
guilty
they
of?
dropped the drug charges and they convicted me with mispresent of felony, failure to report a felony crime. So when the marshals came to the border to talk to me, I refused to say anything because I was scared. I didn't know, because I was told that somebody from the border was paid off by them. I didn't know if they would find out and if I was gonna get like locked up in Mexico. I was scared. I just wanted a lawyer. And they didn't let me make no calls to my family or nothing. So at
Did
that
this all
time,
take place in Nogales?
yes,
So you were with your boyfriend and went down to Nogales with him, correct?
he was in Mexico already. I went over there by myself.
In your own car?
Right.
By yourself. Then
Yes.
they loaded up the marijuana where? In the tires?
No, inside, underneath the carpet, the panels of my car, and the ceiling too.
In the ceiling. And then they told you where to drive and they followed you almost to the border and then told you which lane to go through.
Right, and they said once I pass it, that they would call me. And I said, how would you know if I pass it? They go, we would know. And I was just freaked out. I just was in a real bad situation. I didn't know what was gonna happen to me.
So then they pulled you over and inspected the car at the border?
Yes, because when she was asking me questions, I just started crying and she knew something was wrong.
Did they ask you if there was stuff in the car and you told them yes, or you denied it and then they pulled you over?
No, they didn't ask me. She just told me to pull over and then they put the dogs on my car.
Okay. Thank you.
Priscilla, were you going to be paid for this participation?
No.
And why did you hand your keys over?
Well, no, I left it behind and they started stripping my car away when I wasn't there.
Your keys weren't on you?
The keys were on me, my doors were not locked.
This was all done at a house or in a garage or where?
We parked it at a house, yeah.
Okay.
Why did you surrender your license instead of fighting for it?
I'm like traumatized through the whole thing and nothing worked in my favor throughout the whole process. I just kind of felt like with the felony on my record that it wouldn't be possible, you know, but I still have the mentality I have to have hope. You know, I have to push forward and I have to carry on because I can't let this consume me. I can't let this take over my life. It just doesn't define who I really am, you know?
Did you know of the individual's background before you visited him in Mexico?
He has been in jail. He told me about it, but I thought he changed his ways. I was just stupid and I wish it, you know, there was a time where I wish I'd wake up every day and to that day and never had left my house because it was traumatic.
So where is he now? Where's the guy at
Still
now?
in Mexico. I gave the feds all the information. They ran all the text messages and everything. So the judge saw that I was trying to get out of it because when I got a moment, I was texting my son when they had me stayed inside the house and when they were watching me. I asked to use the restroom and I was texting my son so somebody would know where I'm at. And then they left me inside for a long time and I poked my head out to see if I could plead with my friends so not to make me do this. And then I seen the whole pallet of marijuana, like the packages right there, and I took a picture so I could send it to my son. the reason I took the picture so that, because I know that you could locate through GPS on smartphones. But then I heard like noises. I thought somebody was coming. I deleted the picture really fast, but I didn't delete it out of my delete folder. So the marshals did get that picture, and I told them they do have methods of finding their location through that picture. And he said, yeah. And I said, well, that's why, you know, you have to know that that was like a risk. I took a risk taking that picture, but I had to do something. I didn't know if I was going to live to see tomorrow. I didn't know what was going on, but yeah, I suffer a little PTSD and I still am. It's hard for me to talk about, but yeah, I never experienced anything like that in my life. So
The picture you were going to send to your son, how old is your son?
my son at the time, he's 26.
President Labor, this is Seth. I just want to clarify something. Ms. Snare asked why she surrendered her license. She hasn't done so. She had entered into a interim consent for suspension. After she's coming back pursuant to the terms of that, after the staff received an update on the status of the case, finding out of the conviction, she was offered a voluntary surrender, which she rejected. So the matter is coming back to you. She's not currently surrendered. The license is currently suspended. So she's before you because she rejected the offer from staff for a surrender. Is that correct, Mr. Gandhi?
Thank you.
That's correct.
Mr. President, may I, or Dr. Tom, please go ahead, sir.
Ms. Torres, you've been a pharmacy technician for over 15 years. You were first licensed in 2004. Is that correct? Were you practicing all the time, or?
Yes, I worked retail for 10 years. I did like 2 years in hospital setting, and then I did 11 years with Humana, mail order.
Did you consider yourself a successful pharmacy technician? Was it a productive?
Yes, I mean, you could like get my records off Humana, and I excelled in everything in a lot of departments there and kept a good history as far as my employment.
Would they take you back?
They said no because of reputation. They terminated me when I was going to court. I was the one who sat before my supervisor, and I told him I needed to talk to him about something, and I told him what happened, and they put me on paid suspension. And then a week later, I got a letter in the mail saying I was terminated.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. President, may I address?
Yes.
Ms. Torres, the reason you came to the attention of the board was because you did not disclose these charges to the board. Is that correct?
When I guess with everything going on, I didn't really think about it. I did disclose it to Humana right away, but.
So, did you have a fingerprint clearance card? Do you still have one, or when will you be eligible to get the fingerprint clearance card?
I don't have a fingerprint clearance card, but I am currently trying to get one.
So,
She doesn't need one for hers.
Mr. Solar, it looks like we were notified by the employer that she was arrested for a drug-related offense.
Correct. It was Humana that notified us.
In 2018.
And I think the concern was not only the charge, but what was involved with the charge.
Mr. Hargraves, can you tell me, is the misprison, is that a felony?
Yes, it is.
Board members, I look at this one and there's very concerning information in it. In order for me to feel that the citizens of Arizona are safe, I'm not able at this point to make a judgment in favor of Ms. Torres. However, if she does not decide to sign the consent that was given to her for surrender, we could move to hearing and she would have a chance to give us more evidence to what has taken place here. But until then, with the amount that came in, I'm very reserved on this.
For discussion, may I also offer, her license is currently on suspension. something to consider when she's eligible for when her fingerprint card is reinstated. That means she's generally in good standing with the state and considered not a risk to the citizens. Would it be reasonable at that time to rehear the case when she has a fingerprint clearance card?
She doesn't, excuse me, she doesn't need a fingerprint clearance card. She was
Well,
already a pharmacy technician.
I understand, but that's a good way for us to know that she's good with the legal system. She's been cleared by them.
Because you're cleared doesn't mean that it shouldn't be addressed by the board, though.
That's what I'm saying. If she has a fingerprint clearance card, there's some legal wiggle room there, and then we can rehear the issue again at that time to see if her suspension could be lifted.
I just see it. I see it different, Mr. Solari. I understand what you're saying, but I do see it different because we see people all the time that have good cause exceptions, and we rule against or for them in front of us.
Mr. President?
If I may, the consent agreement was a temporary suspension pending the outcome of a criminal matter. So because that criminal matter is now done, that's back before you to see where to go next. So under the terms of the order, I don't think you can keep it open indefinitely. It's kind of back to you now with the updated information from the outcome of the criminal case to decide what's the next step.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes, absolutely.
I share your concerns with the nature of the incident. In fairness to Ms. Torres, I would like to see perhaps an interim order for a substance abuse evaluation and a fitness to return to work. I mean, she actually self-described PTSD symptoms and so on. In fairness, I mean, I'd like to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I believe I would like to see that type of information if she is in fact fit to continue working as a technician.
Mr. President?
And with that, go ahead, Reuben.
My only question here is, and I'm really kind of on Joe's side. I think if we give her the chance to go again and do this, that we're sending a message to anybody who's in trouble and comes up with a sad story, and I'm sorry, and I forgot, and I shouldn't have done that, and yada, yada, yada. That going forward, we're going to have nothing but these kind of I'm so sorry cases in front of us. And I agree with Joe. I think this is one at this point that I cannot vote for.
I have to agree too. I mean, I am sympathetic to her story, but right now that's all it is a story. There's nothing in any of these legal documents that prove that that's what happened. I mean, at the end of the day, she pled guilty in the case. So I don't feel like I can vote for it either.
Mr. President, if I may, she was pressured to do this. We're gonna, if you guys do reconsider, you're gonna be putting her in a pharmacy where she could be pressured to do other illegal activities. That's our concern.
Understandable.
So
I do think moving to a hearing gives her the ability to do more research and come to the table and present something new to us.
I would want to see evidence in a hearing beyond just the story.
I agree. Ms. Nair, I maybe interrupted you.
I was going to ask what our options are if we would have to move to hearing for possible revocation, or what options we had at this point.
The options are, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Hargraves.
Staff had previously offered the voluntary surrender. Board, if the board is looking at possibly going to hearing, you could reoffer the voluntary surrender, and if not accepted within a certain time frame, proceed to hearing. So that way there's an opportunity to avoid the hearing, do the surrender. But if she still wants to go forward, she still has her opportunity for a hearing.
Then I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Nair.
I want to make a motion. We offer a voluntary surrender consent agreement, if not signed within 60 days.
You think we could do less than that?
Okay, 30 days.
We've had the same one for a while. I'm just wondering, in order to get it on the September agenda, we might have some issues. Seth,
Okay.
what do you think?
I think Ms. Torres is on the phone right now and she understands what we're offering her. She was already offered to surrender, so I would maybe say 2 weeks.
I would agree with 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. Then if not signed within 2 weeks, to proceed to hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Nair. I have a motion. Mr. Hargraves, is there any clarification you need before I call for a second?
No, I believe that was pretty clear.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I can
Mr.
second.
Dang with a second. Dr. Gandhi?
Well, I guess it would be because if she does sign the surrender, that would be a final. So yeah, roll call probably would be appropriate.
Mr. Solari?
Nay.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Minkus?
Aye.
Mr. Leva?
Aye.
Mr. Blair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Ms. Nair?
Aye.
And Ms. Locklear is absent.
Okay. Thank you, Priscilla. Somebody from the board staff will be in contact with you. Appreciate your time today.
Okay.
Okay, board members, I'm going to call a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene and pick up on 30D. Lynn, would you mind putting up your ticker? Thank you.
Sticker. It might be you.
Joe is now public too.
I believe we're ready, Mr. President.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Cam, there's a complete lag on my side. Can you hear what I'm saying? Okay, welcome back, everybody. They had to switch devices out on me. I think I am now. Cam, did you say public too?
That's what you're labeled as, yes.
Okay, so just so you know. All right, moving on to 30D. This is Donald Tartaglio, 19-0465.
Okay, Rob, if you can unmute Donald. Okay, Mr. Tartaglio, you're unmuted.
Thank you.
Hi there, if you'd please state your name for the record.
Donald W. Tartaglio, pharmacist.
Okay. And Mr. Tartaglio, what would you like the board to know today concerning a recent decision that was made at a previous meeting?
First of all, I'd like to take I appreciate the opportunity to being able to be here today and have a conversation with everyone involved in the situation. But I'd also like to applaud the board for their actions, recommendations, and support for healthcare professionals during this COVID crisis. I've been a pharmacist for 39 years, and in various roles with various companies, I feel that I am a competent pharmacist and a competent pharmacy manager. I have sent some documentation to Ms. Mitchell to distribute to the board. I believe that was done on my behalf. There is a letter of recommendation from my district leader, Gail Brown, stating some of that information about my past and present responsibilities. At this time, I would like to reiterate or make everyone aware that yes, I am totally responsible for my actions in my building, and part of my responsibility of a pharmacy manager is to control quote unquote outdates to products. So the issue I believe right now is I am here to hopefully have the board reconsider its position on sending a consent agreement and civil penalty towards my license and myself.
Okay, what additional information would you like the board to know? We did receive the packet and I have read through it, and I'm sure the other board members have as well. But what additional information would you like to bring forward?
It is my understanding and my hope that you understand the timeline that happened with this initial inspection and then a subsequent follow-up inspection to the outdated products that were found on the subsequent inspection. If you notice, the initial inspection had 18 products that were outdated. Of those 18 products, 15 of them were test strips, 2 were Sudafed, and I believe 1 or 2 were Legend products. At that time, the OTC test strips were being stored in the pharmacy. We were not accustomed to looking through all of those to accommodate the dating on it, as it was a front store item and it was just being stored. That has been subsequently taken care of by removing those items from the pharmacy and putting them in a stock room where it will be the responsibility of the store manager to take care of that, those items. If you notice that we did make conscious efforts to go through each and every individual item on the shelves to make sure that we didn't have any other products. At the time of the initial inspection, I had 6 technicians, 1 staff pharmacist, and myself. Subsequently, on 11/14, I did lose a technician to another CVS inside of a Target. Therefore, I was down a technician. And not using that as an excuse, but our action plan was the fact that we had discussion with all of our technicians. Everyone was assigned a bay or an area. Inadvertently, we did miss a bay or an area of where those last 11 outdated items were found. Those 11 items were only 2 specific drugs, but there were subsequent products of each of those drugs. And I'd like to note that my store and my staff was budgeted for approximately a 16% increase in scripts with a 12% reduction in staff. That leaves you a little thin sometimes when it comes to technicians and staffing, as far as what's available to carry out the procedures and the action plan that we tried to initiate for the pharmacy. It is also noted that I did ask compliance officer, Ms. Richardson, for a list of the drugs that were found, and in her response that she did not have that information. When you did do the committee meeting, there was a question posed to Ms. Richardson of why the other medications were found in the pharmacy. Her response was that I was not present, the pharmacy manager was not present on the store of the reinspection date, and that the medications were left on the back counter for the PIC to observe. If you notice, my response to her complaint was the fact that I was down a technician, and unfortunately, yes, we did miss those 2 drugs in that one section, as far as making sure that they did get pulled for outdated products. I have sent evidence or an exhibit that says we did go back through and re-examine everything in 2020 to make sure that we are in compliance with pulling medication, and we've been able to do that ever since. And I believe a reinspection would strongly show that we are in compliance with all outdated products. So in conclusion, I just want to say that, again, I've been a pharmacist for 39 years. I have completed 3 CE credits towards the initial complaint that was issued to me. I've been a pharmacist of the year for our Giant Eagle Pharmacy in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I have been a Paragon winner for CVS Pharmacy here in Arizona. And of all things, today is my birthday, and I would appreciate not having to be embarrassed by having a blemish on my record for outdated products.
Thank you, Mr. Tartaglio. First off, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Second, Ms. Richardson, can you give me an account of the types of outdates that were found? Refresh our memories on that, please. Mr. Tartaglio mentions that there were many test strips, and then Mr. Tartaglio, let me clarify something with you real quick. Are you saying that they were OTC items that were kept on the floor that were brought back to your pharmacy, and that's what was found? Or are you saying that they were in the pharmacy house that it expired and then your team hadn't processed those?
The medication or the test strips themselves were being housed in the pharmacy.
Okay, so they were expired, being housed in the pharmacy.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Richardson, could you address the type of outdates that you found?
Sure. On the first inspection, they were mainly in the pharmacy OTC section. So in the pharmacy, the customer-facing section that housed the diabetic test strips and Sudafed. Then there were some OTC products that are in the pharmacy but used for prescription dispensing. So like aspirin products, those types of things. And there were a couple Legend products as well in a different section. But the bulk of those were test strips, I think aspirin, maybe Gas-X type products. So OTC used for prescription dispensing. On the second inspection, I do believe it was isolated to a bay, but they were prescription products. It was more than 2 drugs. There may have been multiple bottles on a couple of them, but I do believe it was more than 2 drugs. But it was isolated to a specific bay. There were a couple that were getting ready to expire that I didn't include in that total that I gave to the pharmacist on duty and said, hey, these expire at the end of the month. You can use them, but just you might want to watch these dates so you don't give more than a 30-day supply. Give 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. So I pulled those for him just to keep an eye on. But it's true, Mr. Tartaglia wasn't there that day. So I put them on the back counter for him so that he could view them. So the staff pharmacist would have those segregated for him. There were a couple that were misbranded. And when I say misbranded, they were damaged where you couldn't read the lot number or expiration date. So we referred to those as misbranded. So that was a total of 15 that day. It was 18 the first day. And the reason for the reinspection, we typically don't go back in to reinspect on outdates. I was in for a hot water recheck. And so while I was there, I did a sweep through to make sure that he had followed up on the action plan on the outdates.
Thank you. What was the timeline that had passed from your initial visit to the hot water check?
I want to say, I don't have my report in front of me. I want to say it was within 1 month, but let me look. If you have any other questions for him, I can pull that up and take a quick look for you.
Okay.
Mr. President, Kevin.
Board members, I have a different view on my device now. We're having some problems here at the office, so I can't see everybody like I did before. So if you have something to say, I'll need you to be verbal on that. Board members, any other discussion or questions?
I have a question, Mr. President. It's Kevin.
Yes.
So for Mr. Richardson, I mean, you mentioned a couple of Legend products. By chance, do you remember what those 2 Legend products, the ones that were expired?
On the first day?
Yes.
I don't write them down. I can visualize where they were.
I believe one was an ibuprofen.
What about the other one?
I don't recall, sir. I apologize.
I feel like it was a paroxetine or something. I feel like it was in the P's. I'm a visual person. I'm trying to visualize where I went to. And I feel like it was in that area. A paroxetine or a phenobarbital I feel like it was something like that. But there were a couple Legends. The second inspection, I believe, was all Legend products. I didn't check any OTC section that time.
And a couple of the Legend products were misbranded during your second visit.
On the second visit, yeah, there was something that it had a label on it in the past that got peeled off, and it peeled off an expiration date. So you couldn't read the expiration date. So there were 11 outdates and 4 misbranded on the second one. So 15 products were pulled. 11 were actually out of date. 4 you couldn't tell. So 4 were considered misbranded.
Thank you.
Mr. Tartaglia?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you established your program for outdates, did you put it in writing? Do you have an SOP for this program?
I did not create an SOP for this program. I did have conversation with all of my staff after the initial violations, and we had quote unquote an action plan in place to make sure that we did check the pharmacy for outdates in a timely manner. And again, I had lost that one technician, and I believe it was in that technician's bay. Well, I know it was in that technician's bay that the second visit for the water heater that's where those products were found on my shelves.
Okay, and you don't have any kind of a checklist or anything like that to?
There is a checklist in place now. At that point in time, it was a little bit looser, but as you can see, if you see Exhibit 8 that I had sent, there is a checklist, and you can see the physical bottles are marked with a label that states when they will expire on my shelves. And like I said, I feel that if we had an opportunity to have a reinspection or another look at it, we would totally be in compliance as far as outdates and procedures are concerned. We're even pulling an extra month now as part of our practice.
Okay. And just, are you licensed in any other states or just Arizona?
Licensed in the state of Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. President, the first inspection was on November 7th and the second one was November 19th.
Okay. Now, I seem to remember a response that was submitted that outlined what you were going to do. And that may have been on, in response, you didn't have a checklist to Mr. Blair's point, but you did write a thorough response back to Ms. Richardson within the time on the complaint. Am I correct?
Correct. And if you read the, go ahead, sir.
And that's where I find a little bit of difficulty, is because you said you were going to do something. So the issue was brought to you. I feel like you reacted in writing appropriately. And then what you said you were going to do with your staff, you didn't do on the second visit. And there's a little bit of my concern.
Well, I believe on the second, my response was December 31st, 2019 on the second visit. And
so on the first visit, when you had your first in front of us, Sharon, was there, I'm trying to remember, but was there a response from that?
There was a response from that dated 11/19/2019. The response to R423-611B4, expired drug and active inventory. I will review the proper procedures for pulling all one-by-one products, including test strips and Sudafed, along with OTC items within the pharmacy with all of my team members, staff pharmacists, and floater pharmacists. So I feel the evidence that I have to support that being done is Exhibit 5 and 5A, where we pulled 95 bottles in the month of December.
But you didn't do it all. So there's the problem.
There was, again, and that was just that one section where that technician was transferred to another store.
Yeah, and as PIC, you would have to, whether you did it all or whether you checked, your responsibility, if you would agree, would be to go back and ensure that it was done, whether you had 5 techs, 8 techs, 12 techs.
Again, I am ultimately responsible.
Okay, so thank you for that. And that was just a little bit of my concern, because
Joe's audio is picking up on your screen.
I'll mute myself for now.
Okay, so looking at it situational, and then I'll turn it over to the board members. If I had an inspection, and I've been there, I've had the scenarios that you've talked about. I've been there. After that initial visit had left and I had a violation, a very clean sweep would have been made of the pharmacy to ensure it wouldn't happen again. And then there would have been a system put in place. It didn't happen. There was a period of time that you had time in between that to address those issues. So in between that time, the public could have received expired medication. And board members, I'll turn it over to you at this point.
I agree with you, Mr. Leba. The other thing too is typically pharmacies pull several months in advance. So even if they were to miss a month because a team member was left or they had a shortage in staffing that was unexplained, typically there would still be a little bit of a buffer, and it seems like that still hadn't been done in this particular case. So I don't feel like there's really any significant difference in what we knew when we voted on the case the last time.
Like I said, I just respectfully, I guess I'm, asking to just reconsider the situation, and if that's not the case, then the amount of the civil penalty. But I would, if you know, in the committee, Dr. Lieba said that he felt that 6 CE hours were suffice to take care of this incident.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, so I agree with Mr. Leba. In my opinion, you said that you have been practicing as a pharmacist for 30-something years. On top of that, you are a current pick for this particular pharmacy. And as a pharmacist who's practicing for more than 30 years, you should know that dispensing expired meds is unlawful, period.
Correct.
And then what concerns me is that you pretty much ignore the compliance officer's first initial surveys report, and you let it happen again with a month later. So to me, you're not taking her survey report seriously.
We did take her survey report seriously, and the fact that we went through, like I said, I had my team members go through every section, and it's just an unfortunate situation that we did miss those 2 drugs in that bay.
Now, one thing, board members, I would say is that if in the bays that were missed, if there were, the bay that was missed, if there were 12 bottles of the same drug, meaning it was that same section on the shelf that was missed, I would be willing to hear what that total amounted to and then count it as one in his request. I think the message would still be there, but instead of getting the fine for Ms. Richardson somewhere in here, you show a shelf and it's all of the same product, counting that as one $100 fine versus if there was 10 bottles, $1,000.
I agree with that approach.
Can you comment on that, Ms. Richardson, how many that was?
On the second visit or the
Yes.
first?
The second, it was a combination of the two.
So on the first visit, I would say the bulk of those were test strips. So if you wanted to consider that, there were, I would say of the 18, probably at least 10 of those were test strips on the first visit. On that second visit, I know Mr. Tartaglio is saying 2 drugs. It was more than 2 drugs, but I cannot honestly give you a number. I don't remember at this point.
Could you look at page 4,138 and see if that,
oh, maybe
it looks like there are multiple drugs of those bottles. No, you didn't write it, but there's a picture. And if those were all the expired, I'm willing to accept, if the board members are, that counting as one versus one for each.
Let me take a look.
Mr. President, I believe that's Mr. Tartaglia's Exhibit 8. That's not for Ms. Richardson. He's just showing that he's got a checklist on there and he's numbering the bottles with the month that they expire.
Right.
I see.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Solari.
I just like to bring up, you know, in the past, and when I say in the past, I mean years ago, when this type of situation arose, it was the permit holder that received the fine and not the pick. The pick has limited resources and limited time in the pharmacy. It's the permit holder that sets the culture. It's the permit holder that writes the policies and procedures. And it's the permit holder that could assign a floor person to assist Mr. Tartaglio when they transfer out a technician. I think that by disciplining Mr. Tartaglio for something that really should go to, I believe that the fine, and I think I brought it up in our initial discussion, I believe that this fine should have gone to the permit holder, because by disciplining Mr. Tartaglio, the permit holder makes no changes. The permit holder does not grow, and I think we defeat our own purpose.
I disagree.
Of course you do.
I would.
Mr. President, if I could say something.
Mr. Minkus.
I think when we originally heard this and we did this and we offered him the $100 civil fine is $1,500, he's already done the 3 CEs that we asked him to do. So I think this really just comes down to a money thing. And I think we were very gracious in the decision that we made and the motion that Lori made to do this. I think he should take this and run the other direction. I don't think this hurts him in any way except $1,500. The rest of it is all fairly easy, and he's already done the CEs. I think this is a pretty much dismissed case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minkus. Just to make sure, the consent board staff was for $3,300 or $1,500?
$1,500.
I like Mr. Laba's approach of looking at the fine. Did we decide how much, what the price difference is again? If it was per item, I mean, per, like, taking all the test strips as a whole violation.
Well, unfortunately for Mr. Tartaglio, the test strips were on the initial inspection. We chose to fine him on the re-inspection for
okay.
only the 15 items, but Ms. Richardson doesn't recall the breakout with the expired medications and the
thank you.
Is that not recorded as part of the inspection?
No.
Because I would be okay with looking at trying to limit the fine based. My assumption when I made the motion it was 15 different products, not 15 different bottles.
Yeah.
So one thing I would recommend board members is that we allow, I think the strategy of the consent still stands, but we allow Ms. Richardson and Dr. Gandhi to talk with Mr. Tartaglio and negate the multiple test strips equaling $100 each and come up with an amended consent agreement that's approved by the executive director to offer and sign with Mr. Tartaglio. If he doesn't, then we move to a hearing on this. Initially when I read this, Mr. Tartaglio, there was the mention of the CE when discussion and learning from the group of board members here, when the whole of the body decides that something more is warranted. That's how this one took place. So I do want you to understand that. Your ability to manage, thank you, your ability to manage and sign off on them as the PIC is your responsibility. Your permit holder is not there every day. You are the PIC, and if you needed something, then you needed to do something about it. This is not a complicated one. This is not a complicated one. This is removing the product from the shelf that is expired. So having said that, I would tell you, I would like to make a motion for Mr. Tartaglio to work with the executive director and Sharon to come up with a number of actual expired non-duplicate medications and offer that consent to him. If rejected, then move to a hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Was that Kevin?
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion?
No.
Okay, having said that, we will do a roll call.
Mr. Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Minkus?
Hey.
Mr. Leba?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Blair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Ms. Lochnikar is absent, and Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your time today. And again, sorry that you had to attend on your birthday. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. President, 30E, we don't know if Ms. Dempsey is going to. We had a request to table it, but we've had other requests to table and they've shown up. So I don't see her on here, so maybe table it.
Board members, is this something that you feel that you could make she was notified, is this something that you feel you can make a decision on? In my opinion, it is for me. I don't see additional information that would make me change, but I will hear what you have to say a little bit, and then we can make a decision as a group if we table it or if we act.
Mr. President, this comes right out of the our guidelines for the complaint grid is what I'm trying to say. To be consistent with everybody, we should just leave this as is. That's my recommendation.
If that's, I'd second it if that's a motion.
I don't feel like there was anything mitigating that she provided to us that would make me inclined to react differently. And in fact, her story changed from the first time we heard from her to the second time. So I actually probably have more questions than I had based on what we did before. So I would be inclined to deny.
Yeah, if there's no discussion,
thank
I'll be
you.
happy to make the motion.
Thank you.
Then,
Just to-
oh, sorry.
Just to be clear, what it looks like staff had sent the consent, so it wasn't necessarily a board action. So if the board wants to stick with the consent that staff had issued, your motion may want to be to offer her the previous consent offered by staff, and if not accepted, go within a certain time period, go to hearing. So that way it won't have to come back to you if she disagrees.
Sounds like a
Good
terrific
advice.
idea. Then I'll make that my motion if that's okay.
Okay.
What time frame?
30 days so that it can come back to us by the September meeting if not signed.
Okay. So I had a motion
She
and I
has-
have a sec.
Sorry. Seth, just
Okay.
to confirm if you wanted it back in September as a hearing?
Yeah, if she doesn't sign, is 30 days enough, or should we offer less time so it can come back in September if she doesn't sign it?
Does that give you enough time, Seth?
We would have to have at least 35 days before the hearing date in order to give proper notice of the hearing. So I don't know.
Mr. Slaughter, there's really,
I don't really have a calendar in front of me.
she's had it for quite a while.
Let's say the time period is 2 weeks. If she doesn't sign it in 2 weeks, we move to hearing.
Perfect.
That way if she doesn't sign it, it's back in front of us by September.
Thank you.
I'm in my second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Okay. Mr. Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Minkus?
Aye.
Mr. Leba?
Aye.
Mr. Blair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Ms. Nair?
Aye.
And Ms. Lochnick are absent.
Okay.
30F, Mr. President, we had Miranda Dobson on this morning. She wasn't very happy that she had to wait. It doesn't look like she's on anymore. We did inform her that special request would be presented between 10 and 5. She logged on at 8:30 on her own, and but I do not see her at this time.
Okay. Board members looking at this one, I don't see a reason that we would change again. I don't know what's different now. We sent the subpoena. She failed to respond in a timely manner. It appears that the fine is what she does not want to pay. I don't see anything else. Having said that, she did try to appear, so I'll hand it over to the board at that.
Could we have board staff maybe try and call her and take the next agenda item? Since we know she
So
showed up earlier.
I did email her. She responded, and the next thing I know, she just had gotten off. And Cam has tried to contact her and myself again too. But yes, we can do another one.
Okay, good suggestion. We'll let you try to work your magic on that, and we'll move to 30G. Jesse Nevada Lucas, pharmacy technician.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm driving. Let me pull over really quick. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. If you'd, good afternoon. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Yeah, it's Jesse Lucas.
Okay, Mr. Lucas, what are you in front of the board here today, and what would you like us to consider?
So I went to rehab for pain medications on May 6th. I just kind of checked myself in, and then I notified the Board of Pharmacy on, like once I got out, I notified them, and then they said that they might be taking disciplinary action, and they offered me a confidential agreement to go to another rehab. But unfortunately, I really can't afford to go for another month or two. So I'm just kind of seeing what's going to happen. I'm not too sure really.
So to chime in, Mr. President, Mr. Lucas has been in communication with us regularly. So, and this was something Mr. Lucas brought to our attention, that he does have a issue with substance use, checked himself into a program. And I do believe we have that in his profile there. We obviously have our own partners that we partner with to do evaluations and so forth, but it is pricey, as we know, and that's where Mr. Lucas has a concern with.
Mr. Lucas, I hear your concern, and I equally have a concern in the other direction, in that you're in a program that we're not able to monitor. I commend you on taking the initiative to move forward and better yourself, so I do want to congratulate you on that. If we move forward, board members, with the proposal of allowing his situation that he has at hand, we are not going to have eyes on it. There's not going to be monitoring on it. There's no guarantee for them to report back into us. That is why a board-approved program is what we do in the past, and that is what we offer for candidates that are in similar situations. I don't know of another way that I could feel better about this. I would be open, board members, to allowing credit for what he's already done. And I'm not quite sure in entirety what that is and what could be worked out. But I do think it needs to be a board-approved program, and I would ask for your opinion.
Have you reached out to any of the board-approved programs, Mr. Lucas?
Looks like you
Mr.
might be
Lucas?
frozen.
Jesse? Looks like you maybe lost signal.
I tend to agree while we're waiting. I tend to agree with President Leyba. Given the nature, the self-disclosed nature of the substance use disorder, I am really not comfortable not having him in a board-approved program where we have the ability to continue to do the monitoring. I'm glad that he's doing something with his employer, but if he were to leave his current employer and go someplace else, there would be nothing that would tie him to having to remain compliant with that. So I'm not comfortable doing anything other than our normal.
Is that a possibility, Lori? I mean, I know you're familiar with like the PAPA program. Is it possible to enter into the PAPA program without the initial evaluations and inpatient and all of that? Can you enter into just the monitoring and support type of program?
Cam is shaking his head yes. I think there's various levels and degrees of the PAPA program. The other thing is I know they do have some, I think, financial assistance in some cases as well. I don't know if, like, to Kristen's point, if he's spoken with the different programs.
Just to be clear, it looks like Mr. Lucas is back.
Yeah, I got disconnected there for a second.
I was just asking if you reached out to any of the board-approved programs.
Well, I called, I left a message, I didn't get a call back, but other than that, I have not. But I do have a suggestion. If you guys are comfortable with it, I can add you on to the release of information. So you would be able to reach out to them and get any information that you need from them. And on top of that, I am entering into a program with Walmart where they're drug testing me randomly for the next year. And besides,
Looks like he's frozen again.
I think his suggestion, though, goes back to what Lori was saying. If he loses his employment there, we wouldn't have any insight into what's going on. Program would just end.
Dr. Ghani and Dr. Dodge, can you comment on the ability to honor what he's done if appropriate and transition into a board approved program?
I think Mr. Lucas's concern is he already did an inpatient treatment program, which is, kudos to him for voluntarily doing that. He can't afford to do another inpatient treatment, and we can appreciate that component. Yes, we can as a board, you guys as a board can accept his treatment up to date. But again, we don't have visibility. As Mr. Lucas says, he can sign a release and we can call that program. But if he tests negative or positive or whatever, they're not obligated to contact us. And that's where the hiccup is. So again, Mr. Lucas is back online. Mr. Lucas, I was just saying that you've already spent inpatient time. And I think your concern is doing another inpatient time, which the board can accept your time served per se. And it's really the monitoring and UA component that we're kind of looking for.
Okay. So what I was trying to say before I got disconnected, if you guys are comfortable with it, I can add you to the release of information so you can contact the facility I was at and really get any of the information you need. On top of that, Walmart entered me into a program where I'm doing random drug tests over the next year or so. And any day that I miss from work without a doctor's note would result in termination. So they're keeping a pretty strict eye on me. And if I
I think it'd be easier if he stopped moving around.
Or disable the video and just go by phone, maybe.
It seems like he keeps losing contact whenever he hits a certain spot where he's moving.
Board members, we would have to look at the suspension that's typically offered with a standard addiction contract as well.
Mr. Hargraves, do we have the ability to waive that?
To waive what?
The normal suspension. I mean, typically with a normal substance use evaluation, with a normal substance use contract, that there's the 6 months probation and 6 months suspension and 5 years probation.
I believe there have been some cases where you have waived the suspension portion.
And it does fit the mold here, where typically we find out from them, or it wasn't something that directly involved where they were working.
Sorry, I'm back. I keep getting disconnected. I have a couple of things to say when you guys get a minute.
Okay, go ahead. If we did get disconnected one more time, go ahead and deliberate without your testimony.
Yeah, I understand. So I'm home now, so I'm on the Wi-Fi. We should be okay. What I was gonna say though is, if it works for you guys, I can add you guys to the release of information for the facility that I was at, and you guys can reach out to them and get any information that you need. On top of that, Walmart has me enter a program where I'm getting randomly drug tested for the next year or so, and then any day that I miss a work would result in termination without a doctor's note. And then on top of that, if you guys want me to enter into any kind of monitoring program through you, I'm more than willing to do so. It's just the rehab part I really can't afford to go again. I'm still paying for the
How long were you in your inpatient?
It was 3 weeks total. That was basically what insurance covered.
Okay. So board members, I'm willing to make a motion that the board staff is allowed to work with Mr. Lucas on creating a modified substance abuse contract with no suspension or inpatient stay, but the other items that we have in our typical contract, substance abuse contract in play.
Second.
Yeah, you have Mr. Dang, did you second?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay.
May
Mr.
I
Bundy.
ask a question if we're at discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Lucas, these painkillers, where did you obtain them?
I mean, it's just off the street, really. I didn't have anything prescribed.
Did you have any entanglement with law enforcement while you were obtaining these painkillers off the street?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Lochnagar is absent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Lucas. Board staff will be in contact with you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, if we can go back to Ms. Miranda Dobson. Ms. Dodge did make an attempt to call her, left a message. But again, just to reiterate, Ms. Dobson was not very understanding of having to wait. This is her email, if I can read that. It's 10 a.m. and I've been on Zoom since 8:30. This is crazy. They haven't talked to me yet. They have me muted. I'm not happy. And that was at 10 a.m. And I think soon after that, she logged off.
Okay. Board members, again, I don't see anything different other than not wanting to pay the fine, the $250 civil. It'd be my opinion that we do no action. If she doesn't sign it, then we move to a hearing.
I agree.
So that would be giving her another option to sign, perhaps within 14 days, if not go to hearing.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Hargraves, since there's no action, can they just take it all at once?
Well, they did previously vote this, so they're not making any changes, they're not doing anything new. So I think a voice vote would be sufficient.
14 days doesn't qualify it to be.
All in favor?
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That takes us to
30J, Mr. President.
30J. And this is a update on the task force. We've asked Ms. Snare to prepare a summary on the task force. In addition, Ms. Fine put this placeholder on the agenda. If she would like to give testimony today, I want to welcome her to do that. Having said that, Ms. Snare, I will hand it over to you.
Okay. On January 21st, we had a pharmacy technician scope expansion task force. I'll just read who was part of the task force. It was Kevin Dang, Lori Walmsley, Bo Solari, Emily Howe, Kelly Fine, Michelle Almer, Lauren Paul, Stephanie Spark, Jennifer Davis, Nathan Hunnell. And we came to the following conclusion for your consideration. I'm going to read word for word. We kind of based it off of Illinois with a few of our own tweaks after our discussions. This is the wording that we have and that we'd like you to vote on. A licensed pharmacy technician may be delegated to perform any task within the practice of pharmacy if specifically trained and documented for the task, except for patient counseling, drug utilization review, tasks that require clinical judgment, prescribing, taking new or transferred controlled medications over the phone. If you're going to do if we do any immunization, it has to be an ACPE accredited program, and adjust the language for technicians to take out the clinical aspects of the immunizations. So that is the statement that we've come up with. Are there any comments on that or anything that any of the task force members would like to add that I've left out?
I think one important point is that this was voted upon by the task force unanimously, that this was the recommendation to move forward to the full board.
I'm sorry, I don't recall it being a unanimous vote. I believe Mr. Dang and I were a no on that.
That's not what I recall.
I don't either. I thought we'd gotten to a place where everyone was happy with that language when we ended the meeting.
Mr. Dang, do you recall?
Based on my recollection, I do have some reservation with these proposal tasks that are assigned to the technicians. So based on my recollection, I think there was a split vote. Mo and I are sort of, we do have some reservations. That was the reason why, as a committee, we had agreed to present all these proposed assignments to the technicians at the full board review.
Well, we would have to bring it before the board anyway.
Yep.
But I mean, it's fine if you have a reservation. I don't recall that being the case at the time. I thought we'd kind of worked our way into something we'd all agree on. Nonetheless,
that is my recollection.
Yeah, nonetheless, this is the statement that we did come up with after the meeting.
So Kevin or Mo, what, I mean, this seems reasonable to me. What are your reservations?
The reservation, my main reservation is this, it's more about the immunization. And then quite frankly, as a pharmacist, I've been practicing as a pharmacist for 17 years. And by all means, the technicians over the years, they are the best resources for pharmacists. They are the pharmacist's best friends. So please don't take it that I'm downplaying the value of the technicians. But one thing that concerns me the most is that there is a wide spectrum of knowledge and experience among the technicians. Some got the test from their own self-study. Some went to school. I mean, there's no standard education like pharmacists. All pharmacists would go through to get their license. So having said that, the reservation that I have is more towards immunization and taking even phone calls, not new prescriptions, but like transfer prescriptions from another pharmacy. So based on my recollection, those are the two main things that I'm not really supportive of having technicians taking incoming phone calls for transfer prescriptions and immunizations.
May I also share my reservation, sir?
Can I make one comment? We allow that in a couple of pharmacies now, and they've come back with very positive results on that.
Before Mr. Saleri says, share with the board his thoughts, I just want to interject you a little bit, Kristen. So I agree that, you mentioned that the practice right now allows some technicians to take incoming transfer for prescriptions or even immunized patients. I don't discount that. In my opinion, and based on my experience, I've worked with multiple technicians, and there are some technicians that they are the best technicians that I've ever worked with. I could even allow them to do my pharmacist task. So I think my whole point here is it should be individualized from facility to facility, or we should leave it up to the pharmacist or the employer to make that decision. because based on their working relationship with that particular technician, they would know better, would have a better understanding of the level of competency for that particular tech.
Let me just,
yeah, go ahead.
So that's what the proposed language says. The pharmacist can delegate the tasks that the technician has been appropriately educated and trained for. So this is permissive. It doesn't mean that it has to occur, and it doesn't mean that it has to occur with every technician. And that is not what's occurring in every other state that has similar delegation language. So my expectation would be that the PIC still would determine whether or not these individuals can perform these tasks based on their individual skill and competency. Because I agree with you. I had technicians that worked with me that I would put up against any pharmacist that had been fantastic technicians for a number of years. And then there have been some that are newer technicians that maybe they could do some of the functions, but maybe not all of them right away. And that's where I think it's important that the PIC can determine who those people are, and that's going to be based on an individual case-by-case basis. But just because you're a tech for a certain amount of time doesn't automatically allow you to do those things.
Dr. Gandhi, is Kelly Fine on the line?
And don't forget me.
I'm
We won't
sorry,
forget you,
Mo.
Mo.
Do you have something else?
Yes, I had several reservations. Arizona
You
citizens.
go ahead and go, and Dr. Gandhi will be looking at that.
Okay. So in general, Arizona citizens, in my opinion, are best served when their service is provided by the most qualified practitioners. Generally, when we delegate responsibility to technicians, it's because there is not enough qualified pharmacists available to meet the public need, and then we delegate to extenders so that we can meet the public's needs under the pharmacist supervision. At this point, as far as I know, there's no shortage of pharmacists. If anybody wants to provide services to patients, they can. There's plenty of qualified pharmacists out there. In terms of immunization itself, I don't think there's a need for technician immunization. Grads from schools of pharmacy are already graduating immunization certified, and they've been doing that for past several classes. So I don't see a public outcry for qualified immunizers. I don't see anybody asking, where am I going to get my immunization? And so there's no need for any of this. Ms. Walmsley made a couple of points that other states are doing this. That may be, but they're not necessarily publishing their success or failure rates. I don't know. Just because they're doing it doesn't mean it's a good thing or a bad thing. And so we don't really have, as Mr. Dang stated, really good standards for this. As far as who will decide if the technicians are qualified or not, Ms. Walmsley again said it's up to the PIC or the pharmacist that they work with, but I disagree with that. I think corporate or the entity you work for decides that. You work with whoever you get assigned that day. You don't get to pick and choose. And as our previous, the person that Mr. Tartaglio that appeared in front of the board before mentioned, they can pull your staff, they can add staff. You don't get to pick and choose. And so I am not convinced that we need any changes to our existing laws as is. If you want pharmacists to do things, just hire them and let them do it. Thank you.
So a couple of counterpoints. So there are a number of studies that are out there on the safety of technicians doing immunization. So there is a body of evidence that shows that this is safe and effective. And I think going into the fall with the potential COVID vaccine, plus all the other things I'm reading about the unprecedented demand for flu vaccine in particular, I think that the time now is more important than ever that we look at leveraging technicians. And when you look at other medical practitioners, a doctor is not who's giving patients immunizations. It's usually an unlicensed person in their office, not even somebody that holds a license like we're talking about with technicians.
But my counterpoint to that is the physician has the responsibility for that. My point is, as a pharmacist, when I'm working, I work with whatever technician I'm assigned that day. I don't get to pick and say, hey, this person isn't qualified, I don't get to work with her. I'm lucky to get a technician at all. Our previous Mr. Tartaglio did say that. He got assigned 16% increase in his prescription volume, and he got one tech taken away. You don't get to decide this stuff. If you want pharmacists to do things, hire them. There's plenty out there. As far as COVID is concerned, patients can come in and get their COVID shot and their flu shot like anytime, like any year in the past. They can get multiple immunizations at the same time. There's no need for any of this. There's no need to subject the board staff to have to keep track of the continuing education for technicians who want to be certified in immunization or not. It's a big bureaucracy we're creating for no good reason.
If I may piggyback on what Mr. Solari just said. So if we were to allow the pick to decide the skill set of the technician, in my opinion, I think that is an inconsistent practice. And here's the reason why I'm saying that. So for example, let's say, Lori, you and I are working in the same department, in the same pharmacy. I may perceive that the day shift tech is a wonderful, highly competent tech, but to you, that person may not meet your standard. So there's a discrepancy between judgment, my judgment and your judgment of that particular technician. And it could be vice versa.
No, I want to remind everybody too, this is a collective group here. Having a fierce conversation is part of it and should be expected. But I also wanted you to know, as a board, you have the ability to move as a collective whole versus the opinion of 1 to 2 people or more. So this is a point of discussion. Both sides have been heard. Ms. Snare, I would like you to confirm with me that what the task force came up with was stating it is the pharmacist acceptance or denial of the individual if they perform the duties or not the company. Is that what the task force came up with?
It says that a technician may be delegated to perform the tasks within the practice of pharmacy as specifically trained, documented. So I think that, just to state a point, your pharmacist and their business are both two professionals. I don't think that a pharmacist would have trouble speaking up and talking to a professional supervisor and discussing that they're not comfortable with a certain person. It's their license. They can decide that and have that discussion with their supervisor if that's a concern.
I like the idea of having it noted that it is to the pharmacist's discretion to allow the service if the task force moves forward. That would be my opinion on that. Second, I want to draw attention to what was one of the placeholders in your board reading material. Many of you have already read this, but I want to read it to you. It says, this is from Dr. Fine with AZPA. I wanted to see if you could add a discussion item on the agenda regarding technician immunization authorization. With COVID vaccine and influenza season right around the corner, we would like to get a head start on training and need all hands on deck. ADHS is very supportive. Maybe there is an opportunity to allow this just during the emergency so we can see how it works and then reassess whether we want to continue with those vaccines or just those vaccines or expand beyond COVID and flu vaccine. And I think she poses a very interesting point. She also goes on to say, we will have training program ready to go, virtual with a on-site video check-off at their pharmacy to assess techniques. So I do think that we've heard many opposing views. We've heard many for views as well. I think we are at a point where we've had public comment. We've had board member comment. I think it's at a time now where we look at the next steps and refinement. One thing that I would recommend is that the motion that is made have the ability to the executive director to work with the task force chair, and if you decide that there are key members that should be present, to come up with a item that would be worth taking to a docket and moving forward with it. Just because we get this out of the Board of Pharmacy at this point, or just because we don't get it out of the Board of Pharmacy at this point, there is still additional regulation taken upon us with other committees before this goes through. So this is the beginning step. And I think the task force has explored the items. I think there was a consensus. There may be opposing views, but that doesn't mean something is totally bad. So I would leave you with looking at what the task force recommended, what the participants said, and then looking at next directions for the executive director. It does not have to include everything of the task force. It can include everything of the task force. There can be multiple nays, there can be multiple yays, but I do think that we've exhausted it and it's time to make a decision on it. We've talked about it for over a year. Other boards are taking action on this. Some are not taking action on this. I do feel it's our time and our calling in light of what's going on with the COVID pandemic. I am in support of Kelly Fine's statement. I'm also in support that she is saying ADHS is in support of the movement as well. So with that, I will leave it up for a final discussion. If there's not any final discussion, I think that we should entertain a motion.
May I make a couple of comments? Number one, there is no guarantee that there will be, sorry, there's no guarantee that we're going to have a COVID vaccine by this fall. If anything, odds are against it based on what needs to be done to develop a vaccine and get it on the market. Number two, if it's going to be left to the pharmacists, the technicians work with, is there a practical way to put that in the language so it's enforceable? If I don't want a particular technician doing this, but my employer says, well, that's who you got, what can we put in the language so that the pharmacists have some real authority to decide this? Otherwise, you're stuck with whoever you're with.
Mr. President.
Mo, I think that's a good point, and I'd like to point out, you don't know if there won't be a vaccine. I don't know if there will be. The latest information from Dr. Fauci was that within the 6 to 8 months that there would be a vaccine. It's ever changing. We don't know that. What we do know is we're going to need to react at that point, and that's my concern for Arizona. The other thing that I would tell you is I'm all ears and open to a synergy between the two, allowing the pharmacist to say this technician is capable and ready, or this technician is not capable and ready. And if that's folded into the language, I would support that as well. Dr. Dang.
So, Mr. President, with that being said, in the language, the proposal language that Kristen had just shared with us, can we state in there that says a registered pharmacy tech may be delegated by the PIC to perform any task?
Say that again, Kevin.
Can we add the word by the PIC right after the word
I would be good
delegated?
Not by the PIC, by the pharmacist who's signing off on their work.
Either way,
I would
I think
agree
it's
with
fine.
Mo on that because there could be a temporary pharmacist, there could be a PIC that's comfortable with the technician, but not the staff pharmacist. So I would agree that the pharmacist on duty has the ability to say yay or nay.
I want to point out, I think we're all kind of getting bogged down in the assumption that every technician is going to want to do all of these duties. And I think that's a fallacy. I mean, I'm a pharmacist. I have no desire to do immunizations. Okay. I'm qualified to do it. I don't want to do it. I bet there are going to be a lot of technicians that will rise to the challenge, and I bet there'll be a bunch that don't. So we have to assume that those with the motivation and the qualifications are going to rise to the top and be able to provide better service to the citizens of Arizona. So I think with the caveat that, that there is a pharmacist sign off, whether it's the PIC, whether it's the consecutive pharmacist, shift pharmacist, or whatever, I say have at it. I think this we have seen studies from other states that this does work. Idaho is a great example of technicians giving immunizations. I believe they've been doing it for 2-3 years now, with no adverse events. And yeah, I mean, it's just going to get busier. It's not going to die down. So I think the more proactive we are in this, and the more permissive we are, the better the people of Arizona will be served.
I just want to add one final comment that all of this assumes, and in my opinion, incorrectly, that there won't be enough qualified immunizers. We're all assuming because of COVID or vaccine, we won't have enough people to do this, and so we have to do this, and that's not correct.
Okay, Mr. Hargraves, can you tell me what the next steps would be, knowing that the task force has met, the discussion has been had? What are the options at this point?
I guess I'm not really sure what the board is looking at doing here. Is this to change a rule, change a statute, or
rule?
This would be a scope of practice rule.
Okay. Has the board obtained a waiver from the governor to pursue rulemaking?
No, that's what this meeting is about. So the task force has already met per the board's direction, and we can start drafting something behind the scenes that's okay with everybody on the board and the public. And then if the board wishes, I can pursue opening a docket, getting the authority from the governor's office to run that regulation change. So,
pretty much annually, the governor issues a moratorium on any rulemaking. So I think the first step would be to seek a waiver of that before you proceed any further, because without the waiver, you're not going to go anywhere. You could go through all the steps, which may be contrary to what the moratorium is. I know that other agencies have kind of put the cart before the horse, got through, and because they didn't seek a waiver ahead of time, they started getting too far ahead, that their request was denied. So I think that the next step may be to request a moratorium from the governor's office in order to pursue scope of practice rulemaking change.
What are the conditions of getting a waiver? Is there like if it's saving the state money, is that a condition?
There's an executive order that addresses this. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm not sure off the top of my head what the different grounds would be to grant it. So I can't really speak to that at this moment.
Cam, you've had some experience with this before. Is there like a time limit or anything? Like, if you get the waiver, do you have to have the language submitted within X number of days, or is it better to have the language ready before we apply for the waiver, or how does that?
generally, when I've requested a waiver, they would like to see some sort of language. And then, of course, it modifies based on public comment and stuff like that. But they would like to have language in place so they can visit it and make sure they're in line and they understand it before they approve it.
So then I would make a motion that. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
No, Mr. Blair, before you make your motion, which I think you were going to do, the one thing that I would say is to a possible motion would be to allow the executive director to pursue a waiver and opening a docket based on the feedback from the task force chair and vice chair and president, and come up with something that would be possible for the executive director to present. Because I think if we go and we do get the interest in the hearing of saying, I'm interested to hear why you need a waiver, and we have no substance after it, then I think we would be not representing ourselves well. That would be my comment, Mr. Blair.
So my motion would have been to authorize the executive director to work with the task force to draft language, preferably to present to the board at the August meeting, and then we could proceed with the based on, or assuming board approval, we could proceed with application for the waiver.
Is that how the process would work, Dr. Gandhi?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Do we not have language
Mr.
here
Blair.
pretty much though?
Yeah, it seems like we've got this pretty much ironed out.
I think there's
So
still
you
just a couple of tweaks to incorporate some of the comments we heard today and so on, and really make sure that we have comfort level for everybody.
Because what I'm hearing from the feedback was really changing the first sentence in the proposed language to a licensed pharmacy technician may be delegated by the supervising pharmacist to the pharmacist on duty to perform any task within the pharmacy within the practice of pharmacy if specifically trained and documented for the task, except for da 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 da. At least that's how I
think in Mr. Blair's motion, it allows the board chair of the task force to work with him on that.
Right. exactly.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And I have a second. Dr. Gandhi, I feel we need a roll call on this.
Okay, Mr. Solari,
Nay.
Mr. Dang,
Nay.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Nay.
Mr. Lockhart is absent, and Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay, 5-3, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, also Miranda is on if you'd like to reopen her subject matter and have a discussion.
I'm willing to hear what she has to say. I don't know if it'll change what we've done. Can you give me the agenda item again, please?
Certainly.
30F.
30F.
Good job.
30F, thank you.
All right, Mo.
Okay, if we could unmute Ms. Dodson.
Okay, she is
Good
unmuted.
afternoon, Ms. Dodson.
Hi, how are you? I'm sorry, I've been on the phone since like 8:30. I'm like, what's going on?
Well, I do apologize that, and I thank you for your patience. We do want to hear what you have to say. I do also want to recognize that in the correspondence was given to you, the special requests were going to be heard from 10 to 5. It was stated in there, so I'm sorry that you didn't get that registered. But here we are. The board has already had a conversation on this due to the fact that we weren't able to talk with you. But what I would like to do right now, Ms. Dodson, was I'd like to open this up to you and for you to address the board with anything that you feel we should hear to honor your request to not offer the consent agreement that was agreed upon by the board previously.
All right. Am I talking now or later?
Yeah. Yes.
Now?
You go ahead
Okay.
right now. Yes.
I was a pharmacy technician in I'm from Philadelphia, PA, and so I didn't need a license there. So I didn't. And then when I moved to Arizona, like 2.5 years ago, and then I applied for CVS again, and they told me that I needed a license. So they told me how to go through the process or whatnot, but I didn't know that I was gonna, if it wasn't pharmacy like related, I didn't think that I needed to report it. You know, like if like you spill like a bottle of pills or something and like a metformin or something gets in your like pocket, you bring it back, obviously. Like I didn't know, like it was just ignorance. I didn't know any, like I never had to have a license before.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, do you have questions for Ms. Dodson?
Hello?
So, hang on.
No questions?
I will.
I'm asking the board. Yes, Mr. Blair.
So typically we do like to hear if you could tell us about the incidents that led to your being charged. I think there was a 2 counts of misdemeanor assault and disorderly conduct involving domestic violence. Can you tell us about those incidents? Where'd she go?
Looks like she's muted.
Unmute. Unmute?
Unmute. Okay. Now we hear
You
you.
can hear me?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm technology decline. But yeah, me and my ex-girlfriend got into it one night and it's hot outside, so my phone didn't have a case on it and she was trying to take my phone out of my hand. And it was July, so it was hot out. So my phone like slipped out of my hand and like punched her in the face. But she had my phone in her hand. Like it was just a misunderstanding. And she's actually with me now. We're
Okay,
not
now-
together anymore or anything, but like we're still friends. Like it was just a big misunderstanding. Like,
So were you both arrested or was it just you?
it was just me because she had a bloody nose, which I understand. Like, I completely took like fault for that. But she knows this is like what I want to do for the rest of my life. Like, I plan on being head tech at anywhere, preferably CVS, but I also worked for Walgreens.
Okay. And did you understand when obviously what was unclear on the application when it said, have you ever been convicted, arrested, charged, and so on, since you were arrested?
But it wasn't a felony or anything. So no.
But you
it was just a misdemeanor.
But you were arrested.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
But I also didn't know that I had to report it to you guys. That's my whole point.
But the question said, have you ever been arrested? And you had been arrested.
Mr. Blair, she was licensed August 2nd. The arrest occurred August 28th. So this was not an issue of not reporting it.
Oh, it was an issue of not reporting in 10 days.
Right. And then there was, she didn't respond to the complaint, and then she didn't timely respond to the subpoena.
I didn't know I had to.
So when you have a license, unfortunately, you're responsible for knowing what your obligations are.
I was just ignorant to the fact that I didn't know that I had to respond. Like, when it doesn't have anything to do with pharmacy, I did not know that I had to respond. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dodson, for your comments and your testimony. Right now, what we will do is we will deliberate as a board and revisit what we have done. Having said that, board members, I would still stand by our decision that we made previously. Ms. Dodson has stated she simply didn't know. Ms. Snare makes a valid point that it is her ability to know. While I can understand that, I don't know if there's anything that I can do with the decision that we made earlier.
You know, I appreciate you.
Ms. Dodson, we're gonna talk as a board right now.
My license, like, I like worked hard for it. I just didn't know that, like, because like I said, in Pennsylvania, I didn't need one, so I didn't know what would come under like the license, you know.
So yes, Ms. Dodson, so what's your understanding? There's anything else to add?
No.
Okay. It looks like we have another question from Mr. Blair.
Yeah. So Ms. Dodson, how do you perceive your responsibility now? If you were to get into any difficulties with law enforcement, what would your responsibility?
We're not gonna have any problems with law enforcement ever again.
Okay, that's best case scenario. If something were to happen, what is your responsibility? What's the responsibility to the Board of Pharmacy?
Okay, so for the Board of Pharmacy, like, if by chance, which we're gonna hope not, I would report to you guys. Like, I don't want to get in any trouble, and like, this is my dream job. I don't want to give it up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dodson will now talk as a board, and then I'll come back with you. Board members?
Am I staying on the phone?
Yes, you will. I'll be right with you.
Okay, no worries.
I believe we should stay with our previous decision. I don't know if you need a motion for that or just want a discussion.
I don't think that we do. Anybody else have a opposing opinion or something else to add, board members?
I think, Mr. President, I think Miranda feels that her license is being revoked, and I think maybe just clarification on that would help her.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear any reason to make me want to change the motion I made earlier.
Okay. Not having heard anything different from the board members.
Mr. President, she was not present when you guys discussed this earlier, made the decision you did.
I tried. I don't know what time it is. It's 3 o'clock now. I was on the phone from 8:30 until 10:30. I hung up and I go back. Like, I really
I think it may be appropriate just to reiterate and kind of restate to her what the board's previous action was. So she's reacting, and I'm not sure she's reacting to what the board did because I don't think she knows. So it may just be appropriate to let her know what the previous action was.
Ms. Dodson?
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to know your license is not being revoked. You are being offered a consent for $250 for failure to report to the board within a 10-day period.
Okay.
So you are going to be offered a consent agreement for a $250 fine. However, if the $250 fine is not paid, you will move to hearing, and that could result in revocation in front of the board.
Okay. Okay. So I can.
Okay.
So I could potentially get a job at a pharmacy. So
That is going to be up to you and the future employer. Having said that, the board will be in contact with you on next steps and the arrangement and consent order that we just discussed.
okay. So if I paid the $250 though, like they said it was gonna go to my record. Is that true?
That is true.
Like what?
We thank you for your time today, Miranda, unless you have any other questions. Go ahead.
All right. No, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Did we make it through the other agenda items? Okay, so I'm looking at future, what is that? Number 32, tab 32, discussion of items to be placed on future meeting agenda. The next board meeting will be the complaint committee will be August 25th, 2020, and then the board meeting will be September 2nd and 3rd.
I have 2 items, if I may.
Absolutely.
Number one, we've been granting a lot of deviations for people to place machines in prisons, and I don't have a problem with that. I wanted to recommend having some discussion and seeking some legislation to just allow that, so people don't have to come in front of the board for that. And I realize there's a rulemaking ban or whatever is going on, and I'm willing to wait till that's over. But I think it's time to address the issue and not make people come in front of the board to seek deviations for something that is pretty much standard practice everywhere.
Okay.
So that's number one. Number two, we're starting to see circumstances, Mr. Blair brought this up, and I tend to agree with him. There are circumstances where fining the permit is a better option than fining the PIC or the licensee. And I want to have some discussion about circumstances where as a board we can agree it's better, we get better results if we find the licensee versus if we find the permit. And so in general, I tend to agree with Mr. Blair in that if the permit is fine, sometimes district managers and such are more inclined to look into things on a more regular basis and enforce rules. And so I'd like to have some discussion about that.
Okay, thank you. Other items?
The only thing I would like to add, unless Cam is going to keep this as part of his report, there will probably be activity on the memorandum of understanding. So just to have an update on that.
I think that's a good idea.
Do we need to talk about
Other
any potential legislation that we might want for next session? I don't know if there is anything that we want. I know that we had a bill this year that didn't move forward, so I don't know if we're going to carry it forward and if there are any modifications we might want to look at before we get into some of the bill filing dates into the fall.
Ms. Walmsley, to clarify, are you suggesting that we go back and we look at things that didn't make it the last round and revisit those? Or are you looking at new material, just for my own knowledge?
My thought was, what didn't go through? Do we still want to seek it for next session? And then are there any additional changes from a legislative standpoint that we would need to seek? I don't know that I have any right off the top of my head, but I need to put some thought around it. I'm just thinking from a time frame standpoint. to have an initial discussion around what those activities might need to be for the fall. I think it might be good timing.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Thank you. Okay, with that, thank you guys very much for a productive couple days. We'll do a call to the public.
If you have comment or call to the public, please go down to the participant. At that, you'll be able to raise your hand and Rob can unmute you. If you're on the phone, you can press *9, which will raise your hand, and you'll be able to be unmuted at that point. Is there anybody?
We have a, I think I see something lit up there. Cam, call in user number 3.
Hello, is there anybody? We have the user 3, but they're not present. They are unmuted.
Okay. Having said that, thank you again for the meeting, and this meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.